We're making do with what we have. Okay, get to the place, you make sure you make it.
Good morning, everybody. We're gonna call to order the Washoe County Board of Commissioners November 29, 2016 meeting. At this time, we have our salute to the flag, and Senator Gustafson, would you lead us in the salute this morning? Would you lead us in the salute to the flag this morning?
Please follow me at the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Gustafson. These are very there we go. Got to talk right into it. I'm sorry about that. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Our chair, Kitty Jung, is absent. Bob Lucy, Vice Chair.
Here.
Marcia Bergfigler.
Here.
Von Hartung.
Here.
Jeannie Herman.
Here.
County Manager John Slaughter.
Present.
Assistant District Attorney Paul Liparelli.
Here.
I'm Nancy Parent, County Clerk. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager.
Item 3 is our public comment period. Comment heard under this item is limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Chair, could you read public comment? Madam Clerk, would you read public comment, please?
Certainly. First up is Iona Mager, followed by Jeff Peters. Iona Mager, can you hear me? No?
I'm Ilona Mager. I live in Sparks, 1501 Palermo Drive. I lost my son in an accident involving THC. And even though now we've passed recreational use, it still remains illegal for youth to use it and to drive under the influence. So I'm here talking about the problems we're going to have with the placement of the dispensary in Spanish Springs as far as congestion in the parking lot and the children from the various schools meeting there. I've made a baseline of information of how, where we are today with surveys of juvenile use and DUI. And I'd like to pass it out to you after, just so that you hang on to it. So perhaps you will have a baseline to look at where we are before legalization and where we will be a year from now or 2 years from now, and see if there's any changes, because I really think now that this has passed that it needs to be watched and observed, and we need to know what's happening in our community, because for my view is there's not going to be anything positive. So I hope you consider that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, ma'am.
Jeff Peters, followed by Ron King.
And Mr. Peters, if you could speak directly into the microphone so that we can get it for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I live about 2 miles from the proposed location. I go by the location by the 7-Eleven almost every single day, and at lunchtime and at other times of the day, the parking lot is packed with children. Parking lot is tiny. I was there last night looking at the store location. There's not adequate parking. The buildings and everything else are all just squished together. I think it's a very poor decision. I think Washoe County should be more concerned about children than they are about having a marijuana store. I also think that you know, if you're going to use wisdom is a thing that you think about it for a long time, contemplate it, talk about it, not vote against it 1 month and then vote for it in the next month. That's not a wise thing to do, and that's not caring about the children of Washoe County. I wonder why they don't go out a little bit farther into the warehouse district, build their own building like they did in Sun Valley. They've got some nice buildings away from schools and kids. You know, why does it need to be next to the school? We know why. It's because they want to be able to sell to kids and get them ready to buy marijuana when they're old enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Ron King, followed by Pee Wee Henson.
Good morning, Mr. King.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Ron King, and just up here in the first item to introduce myself and to let you know that I will be also speaking on 14 and 15. And just as a side note, so that you get to know who I am, who I was, actually I'm just a nobody, an ordinary tax-paying registered voter in the district. And I am against the repositioning and relocation of this facility, the marijuana facility. And I understand the history of it, where it's been, how it's been around. Got a lot of things to be thinking about. I think there's been a lot of influence peddling already. I am familiar with the political process and the disease called political itis. And I saw it happen because I sat in one of those chairs with a different legislative board for many years. And so I kind of know how the system works. And when we get to this point, we've got some real things, some real strong items that we're going to have to address. And as Mr. Peters has indicated, voting one way 1 month, and voting another way another month, using a slight little rule that was adopted in I believe, January of this year from a legislative statute that was passed in, I believe, the year 2013. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of like a little chink in the armor, I call it. But anyway, I've got some glue out in the car if you need to fill in that chink, because obviously we're dealing with some big money pushing this project. So you'll hear from me again, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Pee Wee Henson, followed by Don Gustafson.
Good morning, Mr. Henson.
Hi, Bob. Pee Wee Henson, and we all been introduced before, so you all know me, I know you. The shooting issues up on Peavine, still unresolved, but as far as I know, and I got it from good authority from Commissioner Herman right there, that money's been allocated to proceed with signage. We do need some help with placement of the signs, the graphics on the signs, and some enforcement on the illegal dump trashing, trash dumps. That, my impression, my opinion, is the biggest problem, because where there's trash, it's always a good place to shoot, and that's not always how it works out. Right now, there's people shooting on both sides of the road, and we've agreed before that shooting will happen in a particular area. Well, there's no signage to help us with that. You can't enforce what's not enforceable. First thing I see is some help with the trash, clean the place up. Signage should say, you haul it in, you haul it out. And then we can start prosecuting, I hate that word, holding people accountable for dumping their trash on our lands. We can all share the place, we're all trying, but if one group comes in and says, no, I want all the mountain, then there's gonna be a fight. And I'm not big on fighting because I cheat. So here's the deal. I'm looking for some help to accomplish an objective and enforce the rules. I got a stack of photos from my last trip up the mountain. I'm sure you'll find them interesting. Photo proof is always good evidence. So let's get a move on. Money's out there. We need some help getting the signage, the graphics, and the placement. Roger? Cool? Outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Henson.
Have a nice day.
Don Gustafson, followed by James Crochus.
Good morning, Mr. Gustafson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm speaking against item, relocate the marijuana dispensary. And I understand that medical marijuana has been legal for some time now in the state, and I don't have a problem with selling medical marijuana. But what I'm concerned about is the actual location of this. We've talked about this before, and I know you've heard this before, and I've spoken before against this. The location right now that they want to put this at is right next to the 7-Eleven. On this corner of Pyramid and Eagle Canyon Drive, there's, I'm sure you're all aware, there's very little parking there, and it's congested now already. There's very little egress and exit from there. So there's, and also all our, it's only a mile down the street from the high school and other schools and middle school. Our children, students congregate there all the time, after school, before school, during lunchtime. And now that recreational marijuana has been legalized or voted for in the state of Nevada, they're going to be one of the first locations already approved, pre-approved, that we sell recreational marijuana. So it's not only going to be, it was a bad idea to begin with, selling medical marijuana there and distributing that as far as being a bad location. But now that recreational marijuana has been approved, it's going to make the traffic much more heavy around that area. And it's just, for those reasons and discussed before, the location itself is just the wrong location. If they want to put it somewhere else, that's fine. But this particular location is, I don't believe, and I'm not only speaking for myself as Senator Don Gustafson, but as myself and a senator representing many of our constituents who talked to me about this here, and I haven't really talked to anybody that supports this idea of this location. So I urge you to vote against this again and not allow this location to be used for medical or recreational marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
James Crochus, followed by Ira Hansen.
Good morning, Mr. Crochus.
Well, good morning. I'm a resident native of Nevada, raised down in Hawthorne, Nevada. That's where I smoked my first doobie. I was 18 years old, and I only did it once, believe it or not. I always get caught on the first time, but it made my whole body numb. I got home, went out to drive my mom's car home, and I wrecked it, but it was okay. It was my mom's car. And I can imagine, I have 6 children, 18 grandchildren, and almost all of them live out in the Pyramid Highway. And I'm going to be pretty upset if somebody who just smoked a doobie kills one of my children. And if that happens, I'm going to blame people that I'm looking at today. Now, I don't know why we're even having this discussion. Obviously, we are not listening to the voice of the people. You are supposed to represent the voice of the people. In a couple of meetings, I haven't heard anybody speak in favor of having marijuana dispensed on the Pyramid Highway. Now, I'm a historian. My 4th great-grandfather was the 23rd signer of the Declaration of Independence. He knew something about history. I know something about history. When a government stops listening to the voice of the people, it's usually at the end of their reign. It's imperative that we listen to the voice of the people. If it doesn't happen, government becomes a tumor that begins to consume the host. So I implore you, I don't know where you live, but I do implore you to listen to the voice of the people, and you will never go wrong. We know that the good book says the love of money is the root of all evil. Where is the value of morality? We were told by a president a few years ago that character doesn't matter. But the voice of the people think character is all that matters. So I implore you to listen to the voice of the people. And I implore the people to pay attention and remember who's here, making these decisions in behalf of your children and your grandchildren. And if they will not listen to the voice of the people, then you and I need to run for their office so that they're not here, not listening to the voice of the people again.
Time's up.
Now,
Mr. Proschutz, thank you very
would
much.
you vote for me
Thank you very
if
much.
I ran? Thank you.
Ira Hansen, followed by Carol Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, all. Ira Hansen, Assemblyman District 32. This is around the border of my district. I want to change it a little bit around in how we're approaching this, because with the passage of question 2, it's a new ballgame. Last time we were talking strictly about medical distribution. With the passage of question 2 and the way the wording in that is structured, as you know, this medical marijuana distributorship will actually be, for at least 18 months, the legal outlet for all uses of recreational marijuana as well. Which brings us into conflict, because one of the things that what he was driving me at, and one of your defenses would be, you know what, you have to follow the law. We pass laws in the legislature, and now with question 2, we pass things. The overriding law, though, is federal law. The federal law still has not changed, and I've got in my hands a copy of the Cole Memorandum. This was put up by the Department of Justice. I want to go through it real quickly. This is what it says. This memorandum does not alter in any way the Department's authority to enforce federal law, including federal laws relating to marijuana, regardless of state law. Neither the guidance herein nor any state or local law provides a legal defense to a violation of the federal law. Even in jurisdictions with strong and effective regulatory systems, evidence that particular conduct threatens federal priorities will subject that person or entity to federal enforcement action. Now, what are some of those federal priorities? The very first one they list is, first, Congress has determined that marijuana is a dangerous drug and that illegal distribution and sale of marijuana is a serious crime. The use of medical marijuana, though, is still limited federally to make sure, and this is their highest priority, preventing the distribution of marijuana to minors is the very first priority that they list. Goes on, though, preventing drug driving and the exacerbation of other adverse public health consequences associated with medical marijuana use. Now, we're going beyond medical now. We're talking recreational. And to put it at an intersection, it is the most busy intersection in Spanish Springs, absolutely violates at least the ideas that they're saying federal law will trump state law. We're looking for certain things. They go on, though. They say, if state enforcement efforts are not sufficiently robust to protect against the harms set forth above, the federal government may seek to challenge the regulatory structure itself. They then say, this is important, a marijuana operation's large-scale or for-profit nature may be a relevant consideration for assessing the extent to which it undermines a particular federal enforcement priority. In other words, even though this is legal, this is a for-profit medical marijuana distribution center, which is going to be violating federal law. Now, you are all going to defend whatever action you take on the basis that you've got to comply with zoning laws and state laws and so forth. You are actually today, if you, of course, I know you're just suspending the rules, but if you in fact put this in that location, in my opinion, you are violating federal law. This has to be, if we're gonna CYA, if you're gonna cover your butts on this whole thing, you need to put this thing in a location like the one over by my business on Grigg Street, where there is no, I'm sorry, I'm out of time?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Thanks.
Appreciate
Vote
it.
no on this thing.
Carol Brown, followed by Carl Rodriguez.
Good morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, everyone. I am here, I live out in that area, so I am very familiar with that intersection. And it is literally crawling with kids before and after school. There's a McDonald's not that far away. There are just many, many kids. So I'm here maybe to speak for those kids. I am a CASA also, which is a court-appointed special advocate, have been for 12 years. I'm a foster parent for 11. Children need to be protected from the things they are not smart enough yet to figure out. And one of them would be pot. And I'm really not here to speak against pot or for it either, but I want to protect our kids, and the state of Nevada doesn't seem to care. The schools are last, and now we want to stick pot in front of their face. And I just can't say hard enough how bad a decision that would be to put it in that location. I know there was a petition last time, when you voted on it before, that was signed by many people, myself included, that probably are working today and can't be here to speak again about how that is a terrible choice for a location. So I would ask that you not reconsider your reconsideration and just go ahead and vote no on that location. That's all you're, as far as I understand, that's all you're voting on, the location. Not whether it's legal, whether it's illegal, just the location. The location is a very, very bad choice. I watch kids through my foster parenting and CASA. They need good, structured things in front of their face to keep them on the right track, and this is not going to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Carl Rodriguez, followed by Tatiana Wurdishin.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carl Rodriguez, and I live at 365 Moonbeam Drive in Spanish Springs. I'm a former naval officer and retired special agent for Naval Criminal Investigative Service. And as Mr. Hansen has indicated, I was one of those individuals charged with enforcing the federal rules concerning drugs, marijuana, and other dangerous drugs. I have seen the devastation that this causes. I'm also an assistant scoutmaster at a troop in the Spanish Springs area. And we spent a lot of money on DARE programs, drug-freeing our kids, and to put this dispensary in the face of those kids where they're seeing it every day when they're coming up and down that Eagle Canyon corridor, I think is kind of ridiculous. We know we have a hard enough time keeping alcohol out of the hands of our kids. What makes us think that we're going to keep marijuana, especially marijuana that looks like candy, and brownies, edibles, out of their hands and out of their lunch piles? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I've actually been on that Eagle Canyon corridor and almost been ran by a car that did not negotiate the roundabout and crossed over the median and ended up in the parking lot over by Bullies. Last night, there was about a 3 to 4 car pileup on Pyramid Highway, just as you are starting to turn into Eagle Canyon. And that's a very dangerous and congested area. Anybody driving stoned in that area is going to cause some damage to individuals, especially our kids. And as one person says, yeah, we will be holding our elected officials responsible for passing that area to be allowed to have a marijuana dispensary. So I also ask you to not suspend the rules for reconsidering this and just let it stand. You heard the voice of the people last time. I don't think it's going to change. We don't want it in that area. So I encourage you to vote no on relocation and no on suspending the rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Tatiana Wurdishin.
Good morning, Mrs. Christensen.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Ortishin. I want to thank each and every commissioner for voting unanimously to deny the relocation of the MME last month to Spanish Springs. Thank you. A news story on TV yesterday said that the location is being looked at again because they could not find another place to go in our county. They cannot find another place to go because 1, this is a highly controversial business plan, 2, it is highly regulated, and 3, it is not wanted in a family location such as our location. Personally, I would be fine if they moved to the industrial area further up Pyramid. This is the only services in Spanish Springs at this intersection. It is still not an appropriate location for this business. Because they cannot find another location they deem suitable does not negate all the reasons why this location was unanimously voted against last time. The only condition that has changed in that month is the legalization of recreational marijuana. The findings of the motion, quote, Commissioner Hartung, when he made the motion, was the amount of underage foot traffic in these centers is immense, and I think it is improperly located. So again, I would ask for something that is less on the beaten path and more accessible and more of a commercialized industrial area, end quote. So that is still applicable, even more so now that pot has been made recreationally legal. This begs the question as to why this board wants to vote under item 14 to break their own rules to allow an out-of-state owner of a highly controversial business model to relocate to a community that has already said, we do not want this business in our family neighborhood. Half of the country is still in shock and disbelief over the results of the recent national elections. It is because the other half of the country is tired of dirty politics and dirty politicians ignoring the will of their constituents and forcing their own will on the people. Voting to break your own rules so you can vote again on a location unanimously deemed inappropriate due to a high amount of underage foot traffic looks like dirty politics. This is the type of dirty politics that will haunt you for the rest of your political life. I ask you not only to respect your constituents, but to also respect the rule of law. And that makes this country great by voting no on 14 and no on 15. Please do not break the rules. Thank you.
Dory Jensen?
Good morning. I just found out about this myself, and I'm frustrated,
Ms. Jensen?
just like everyone.
Ms. Jensen, can you state your name for the record,
Oh,
please?
Dory Jensen.
Thank you.
So yesterday I drove from the proposed site to the first school, a preschool. It was 5/10 of a mile. To the first public park was 7/10 of a mile. To the next middle school was 8/10 of a mile. To the high school parking lot was 1.1 mile. Within another 2 miles, there are 4 elementary schools. This is the only road with a signal from those locations. It's an inappropriate place. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen.
That was everyone that was signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will
Oh,
close.
I have
we
one
do have
gentleman that,
We do have another gentleman.
why
Sir-
don't you go ahead
sir-
and speak and then come fill out a card.
Sir, yeah, if you'll just come up to the podium and speak, and then have to fill out a card after.
My name's Kent Allen. I'm a resident out in the Spanish Springs area. Frequent the 15, the location of 15 Eagle Canyon Drive, excuse me. And I have a degree in health administration, a master's degree. And I'd like to say a few things. We do appreciate your time and your efforts. Thank you for allowing us to express our concerns after the change of events. I'll read a letter or a note that I sent to Commissioner Hartung. I'm deeply concerned that a medical marijuana business be allowed to operate in the area where hundreds of children and youth from Shaw Middle School, Spanish Springs High School gather before school at noon, after school, and they also gather there at the 7-Eleven business during the weekends and evenings. Smoking alone is a health hazard, and marijuana use includes smoking and other modes of consumption, all of which have negative health consequences. The ills of marijuana far outweigh any possible claims or benefits and should not be flaunted or put in front of our youth at 15 Eagle Canyon when other more appropriate locations can be utilized. I'm also very concerned that this matter, after being addressed on October 25th and being rejected, is being addressed again. The people have spoken. Why isn't their voice being honored? Why is the commission attempting to legalize ways to bring this up again after the citizens of the area have spoken against it and the commission voted in favor of the citizens in the area? Elected officials tout that they are servants of the people who pay their salaries and benefits. They tout this especially during election time. Now it stands before the commission the opportunity to show that you really listen to the voters. And in order to build trust, you must follow through. Or if you ignore the public and betray them, you'll have the consequences. It's really up to you. Thank you.
And I have one more signed in, Denise Wiley.
Good morning, Mrs. Wiley.
Good morning. Denise Wiley, for the record. I live at 331 Omni Drive, which is less than 2 miles from the proposed site. As a cancer nurse for over 18 years, I'm not going to talk to you about the benefits of marijuana to cancer patients, because there really isn't very many at all. That's not today's discussion. Today's discussion is the possible harm that it could inflict on children that live in that area, my children. I'm not okay with it being there. It's within almost all of the children's reach that live in Spanish Springs, because it's less than 2 miles away. I have to agree with my neighbors, all of my neighbors that are here, and voicing the same opinions about this being a dangerous location for our teenagers, a dangerous location because of all the traffic there, because it's not designed for heavy traffic. I have to agree with that. But more importantly, I want to make sure that every one of you members of this commission understand the harm that it causes to children. I did a quick internet search this morning. One of the articles that I read was from the Journal of Developmental and Behavioral Pediatrics that states that 3 to 4-year-olds have poorer language and development and lower cognitive scores when they are exposed in utero to this drug. And this particular drug has more long-term effects on children than alcohol, tobacco, or other drugs that these children were exposed to in utero. This is a harmful substance. If it's put near these children, why would they pick this location if they weren't targeting children? There are so many other locations that are so much farther away from our elementary, junior high, and high schools. This is a poor choice. And I would highly encourage you to rethinking this choice. I encourage you to reject this location and the proposal to re-look at this location. It appears to your constituents and me that this is an underhanded way of trying to get more money for I don't know who and I don't care who, because I care about my children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wiley.
Morgan McDuffie?
My name is Morgan McDuffie, and I'm grateful for the few minutes that I have to be able to address this topic. I think the opinions that have been expressed I support, and also dealing with question 14 and 15. My experience and my profession is working with teenagers. My education is in human development, both at the undergraduate and the master's level. One thing that's, I think, very important to understand when dealing with this topic is I've worked a lot with at-risk youth, troubled youth, and I remember being with a group of them, and I asked them if you wanted to be able to get, now this is a group of 14, 15, 16-year-olds, if you wanted to get your hands on drugs, do you know where to look and who to ask? Every hand went up. And I asked them, and I said, how do you do this in a situation where it's illegal? And they laughed. They know exactly how to get their hands on anything that they want to get their hands on. I've been at gas stations and other places where they don't card on cigarettes. I've seen adults willing to accept the money of underage youth to be able to provide for them whatever they want. The reason why I bring this up is I live near the proposed area. I have 6 young kids and in my home. And the thought of them having to be able to go to school in a place not just where it's going to be available to them, but where it's going to be available to their peers who know how to get it, know how to use it, but don't know how to control it, scares me. It's something that will honestly drive my family from this community. And that's a result that I think we need to understand. You have a wonderful, family-friendly community in Spanish Springs, one that is a beautiful place to be a part of, that will drastically change if businesses like this are allowed to be there. Please, from a parent, from someone who works and loves youth, don't allow something to come into their lives that is going to make the already difficult world that they face become even more challenging and confusing. Thank you.
And I have one more card, Mr. Chairman. Mary Peterson?
Good morning, Ms. Peterson.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Mary Peterson, the chiropractor that is in the proposed site. I'm the next door neighbor to the proposed site. I'm here this morning to speak on behalf of about 450 patients I've surveyed. 2 were for this. So that'll just tell you where votes go for your jobs. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I would love to continue to have trust and faith in this process. This is like recounting an election. The people have spoken. Need I say more?
Okay, that was all the cards that I had.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. All right. At this time, it seems like that we have quite a few members of the audience today that are with us. We are going to, it's at the discretion of the board, but I think at this time what we would do is move items 14 and 15 forward prior to the consent agenda, which is item 6. So as long as there is no objection to that from the board. So we will hear items 14 and 15 right after item 5, the declaration of the canvass of vote. So, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, your next item on your agenda is item 4, which is Commissioner Manager's announcements, reports, updates from County Commission members concerning various boards, commissions they may be a member of or liaison to. Requests for information, topics for future agendas, and any ideas and suggestions for greater efficiency, cost effectiveness, and innovation in government.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We'll start at this end. Commissioner Herman.
I've been putting this off for quite a while, so I'm going to try and rush through this list that I have. Today, we're going to vote on the signs for the shooting portion of Peavine, and in the interest of saving lives, we're offering our help and speeding up the process of getting the signs painted and planted in the ground as soon as possible. Real quick, Monte Cristo property owners are still waiting to hear that they're full-fledged citizens and are allowed to build on their properties. They've been waiting, some of them, since the early 70s. In July of 2015, Lemon Valley was ravaged by flash floods over a series of several days. And there were some particular folks that lived up on Oregon, and they were hit really hard with hundreds of yards of mud and debris in their yards and into their buildings. And I think that the attitude of the county is going to have to change on this particular incident, and I want to make sure that I hear from whoever's responsible for harassment of citizens. And I'd like to hear from them soon. All right, and as far as the cabs, I'm going to keep pushing on this. They still need to be treated equally, with equal numbers of meetings, equal numbers of members, and no special treatment. And there's 3 areas that still are without a cab, and that's Bird Eye, Cold Springs, and the Rancho Haven Red Rock area. Next item, I still feel that the citizen complaints against their neighbors, I believe that they should be made in writing, signed and notarized before they're acted upon. I'm sorry, my voice is kind of funny because I've had a cold. And then there's another important issue that has caused some people some grief and disagreement, and that is regarding appointments to boards and by the commission, and boards and or legislatures. So I just feel that the time frame for these should give the commissioners adequate time to research and to interview the applicants. Okay, I can skip that one. I can put that one at the end. Okay, the senior sign in Sun Valley still is in contention, and hopefully the Board of Adjustment will be able to help us. I can do the rest at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several items. I had a conversation recently with our assessor, Mike Clark. Mr. Clark and I were talking about issues of assessment with respect to houses that have been burned, damaged by natural disasters, floods, et cetera, and the way that they're assessed, the fact that the taxes are still due. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask for an agenda item, and I see Mr. Clark here in the audience, and he's agreed to give us a presentation, an agenda item from the assessor to discuss property loss and how taxes are going to rise substantially after rebuilding because of the loss of depreciation on the property. So I was informed that you might have a $3,500 a year tax on your home. It could go up to $10,000 or $12,000 a year after your home gets rebuilt because of a loss of a natural disaster. And I see we have two legislators in the audience. My hope is that we can change these kinds of issues at the legislature and deal with the depreciation on a dwelling that has to be rebuilt. So that's my first question or request. I'd still like, Mr. Manager, an item, if it pleases the board, on the annexation agreement so that everyone understands what the agreement looks like currently and potentially some requests for changes in the future. And then I have a request for staff. We have a fellow in Spanish Springs that has a dismantling business, and he sees fit to leave junk cars on the side of the road. The sheriff is going to have this one removed, but he sees fit to leave junk cars on the side of the road and has told his neighbors that the county is okay with this. And so this is not okay. If he wants to haul them in his backyard and dismantle them and sell the parts, I have no issue with that, but potentially we need to, by the time we get out there and ask him to move the cars, it's 3 or 4 weeks before something can happen. And so I'd like staff to just look into this issue, and we need something that we can fast track. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I have two things this morning. I may be overlooking it, Commissioner Herman, but I do not see on here where we are addressing the funding for signage, and I would like to ask staff on Pyramid Highway, on Peavine Mountain, and I would like to ask staff to please look into that and find out who is responsible for that, because it's absolutely true that we have requested that there be shooting on one side and not on the other. We need to make sure that this is a safety issue as well as the right to use the mountain. And so if staff would please look into that. If we need to put something on our agenda, let's get it on the agenda, but that's really an issue that we have to address. And the other thing is it's come to my attention that it appears the city of Reno believes that growth, any kind of growth, whether that's industrial growth, business growth, or housing growth, must be done within the city of Reno and not within the county. And I would like to ask the district attorney to please provide us with the statutory language that gives the city of Reno that impression. And so is it in fact accurate, and this is the question, that the county does not have the ability to grow business or residential or whatever else? And if in fact that's the case, please provide that information to us. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke-Bigler. At this time, I have just a few comments and requests for staff. I would like to see a presentation from the Nevada Division of Forestry in regards to how they intend to compensate some of the private residences that were destroyed in the Little Valley Fire. After their report that they submitted was that it was due to a cause of the Nevada Division of Forestry. what is their intent for compensating those victims? What are we looking at? And I'd also look to staff to pen a letter to the NDF requesting that presentation and have that signed by all commissioners at the pleasure of the board to get some kind of resolution to that in a swift manner. We have still residents that are without homes, and it is a very dire issue for my residents out in Washoe Valley, and I hope we have some sort of resolution for that soon. I'd also ask staff to look for, consider a change in ordinance to allow any all and any residents within each district of the county to participate in the citizen advisory boards. In my district, in District 2, it's very difficult to find members to participate, and so I would like to change some of the wording in that to reflect those changes as we move forward. And at that time, I have nothing else. So without, if there's anything left, no? All right, we'll close announcements. Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements? Okay. Seeing we have no announcements at this time, Mr. Manager. 5.
Okay. Next item is item 5, which is declaration of canvass of vote regarding recount of Assembly District 31 and execute order of the recount. And Luann Cutler, our Registrar of Voters, is here to present this item.
Good morning, Ms. Cutler.
Good morning. Good morning. For the record, Luann Cutler, Registrar of Voters. On Friday, November 18th, Jill Dickman came into us with a request for a recount of the results from the Assembly District 31 race from the general election. She brought in her deposit and named the precincts that she would like us to review. We immediately began preparations on Friday afternoon, with the recount actually being scheduled for Monday in an attempt, of course, to get it done quickly before the Thanksgiving holiday. During the preparation and testing of equipment that we began on Friday, we noticed a discrepancy in one of the precincts that were chosen. Precinct 4035 actually had 75 fewer ballots than the election results indicated. We immediately at that point contacted our vendor, and our technology services person, Brian Takamoto, backed up our database and copied it to send to Dominion Voting Systems, our vendor of election equipment, for them to analyze for us. We had already scheduled them to be on site for the recount on Monday for support. During their analysis of our database, they discovered that a batch of ballots that we had previously requested their assistance with had not deleted from the database as they or we expected they had. At this point, of course, we did a quick analysis of all of the precincts within the county and found this to be the only discrepancy. We did expect that we would find that because that was the only batch of ballots that we had requested assistance with. So as a result of this, out of an abundance of caution and as a courtesy to both candidates, we made the decision to recount the entire district as opposed to just the precincts that Ms. Dickman had requested. The plus from that particular incident is that an enhancement to the Democracy Suite software that runs our absentee tabulators is already in development to prevent this from ever happening again. Now, the recount actually went ahead on Monday morning, the 21st. We started about 10:30. All of the hand-duplicated ballots in Assembly District 31 were reopened and reanalyzed, and then resealed and renumbered appropriately. There were no errors found in the duplication process. All of the cartridges from Assembly District 31 were uploaded again, as were all of the absentee ballot results. All the early voting cartridges countywide were uploaded, and we completed the process and produced results at about 1:30 in the afternoon. The percentage of votes cast for each candidate did not change, and Mr. Daley retained his win. The lessons learned from this process, first of all, of course, is that we got new information, and that information went straight to the developers of the software system that we use. And there will be a fix in place so that this cannot happen again in the immediate future. And we're going to re-examine our reconciliation processes as well, post-election, to include a little more extensive review of absentee results for our own benefit and our own level of comfort. Again, the results of the recount did not change the outcome of the election. The final invoice was delivered to Ms. Dickman, and with that, that's really the whole story. And I'd like to open it up for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mrs. Cutler. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cutler, I learned something, as I do with every election.
Yeah.
Interesting process. Can you define for us the difference between an absentee ballot and a provisional ballot? One, and then I learned that provisional ballots do not have local races on them. And so I'm curious as to why that exists. Thank you.
Certainly. No doubt, there is certainly confusion surrounding provisional ballots. But in the state of Nevada, provisional ballots do only contain federal offices that are statewide offices. So that would be a presidential race or the Senate seats, not the representative in Congress, because that is not a statewide office. It's divided by district. The provisional ballots are the information about the voter who cast a provisional ballot is submitted to us, and we're given 3 days to examine that information to determine if that person is registered to vote in Washoe County and what the reason is they're casting a provisional ballot as opposed to a regular ballot, and then make the decision whether we can cast a ballot for them in that, so we have those days after the election. That's really what's the most different about a provisional ballot, is that those are examined after Election Day as opposed to them automatically going into the count with the rest of the ballots that are cast. Does that help?
So is it because the resident has not lived in the district or the ward long enough? Is that the reason?
No, actually, there would be a couple of reasons. The most prominent reason that most folks cast a provisional ballot is because they show up at the wrong polling place, and they choose not to take the time to go to the polling place they're assigned to. Now, a provisional ballot with that sort of a voter can be cast, and those are all cast. The other reason, usually for a provisional ballot, is if a person doesn't appear on the rolls. Okay. Those are the two most common.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cutler. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions at this time? All right. Thank you, Mrs. Cutler. This is not an action item at this time.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking for a motion for the declaration of the vote.
Move approval of the declaration of the canvass of the vote.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Burkberger, second by Commissioner Hartung. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously,
Thank you.
with Commissioner Jung being absent.
Move to 14.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, as requested earlier, we will now go to item 14, and that is discussion, possible action on suspension of rules and procedures of the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to Rule 3 to allow reconsideration of denial of an application from GTI Nevada LLC, Rise Incline Village, to move a medical marijuana dispensary establishment from the location issued a State of Nevada provisional medical marijuana certificate at 745 Mays Boulevard, number 12, in Incline Village, Nevada, to 15 Eagle Canyon Drive, Spanish Springs, Nevada. And as way of, Mr. Chairman, explanation for the board as well as for the audience that is here, item 14, as I read, is possible action to suspend your rules and procedures. And then item 15 would be a discussion and action to determine if a reconsideration will be done. If that is done, if that item 15, if the vote is to reconsider that, there will be a future hearing. It's not today's hearing where the actual reconsideration of that is done. So just as clarification, hope that helped.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Schiller.
Mr. Chair and other members of the commission, so as the manager indicated, this is really a suspension of the rules pursuant to your current rules and procedures. GTI of Nevada requested a reconsideration of this item, so the first step in that process would be a required suspension of the rules per the district attorney. So that would be the first area for deliberation for the board. So that's completely at the purview of the board in terms of how you want to discuss that. And I would defer to Mr. Liparelli if he had any other additional comments.
Mr. Liparelli.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the idea of reconsideration is kind of a parliamentary deal, and the board's rules require that if you're going to undertake reconsideration, you have to do it at the same meeting or the very next meeting from the one in which the item was decided. In order to be able to do reconsideration after that, the board has to first decide to suspend its own rules to allow that reconsideration to take place later than usual. So to proceed along this path, to get to a place to grant the applicant's request to hear this again, the first step is to suspend the rules. So voting in favor of a suspension of the rules by itself is not a vote for or against the location in Spanish Springs. It's a procedural step that needs to be taken in order to get to the place where you could reconsider that location. The next item, item 15, is the item where you will actually, if the board decides to, will essentially grant the applicant's request for reconsideration. That also is not a vote in favor or against the specific location. It's a procedural requirement in order to get the staff the ability to issue notices under the state law and schedule another hearing on that application. So while folks may think that 14 and 15 are critical to the ultimate decision, they really are procedural steps. If the board says no to either one of those things, then the process stops and that hearing will never take place. If the board says yes to both 14 and 15, then some weeks from now, after the staff has had a chance to go through the noticing process again, the board will be free to schedule another hearing and hear the merits of the case all over again. Questions on the process?
So, Mr. Liparelli, as I understand it, if agenda item 14 fails today, would we have to hear agenda item 15?
No, if you don't suspend the rules, then your own rules would preclude you from undertaking reconsideration. So item 15 will not be necessary if the vote on item 14 is no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liparelli. Are there any other questions from the commissioners at this time, council? Mr. Schiller, do you have anything else at this time? Okay.
I do not.
All right, I'll bring it to the board for further discussion. Commissioner Hart. Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment. Madam Clerk.
We do have several people signed in. Ron King, followed by David Quirk.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Ron King, and I would echo my support for those that have testified in the previous item number 3 as to being against the relocation of the marijuana dispensary, which will eventually become a marijuana store, so to speak, and that I feel very strongly and very emotional about the protection also of the children, and that this is a very illogical position to put this type of facility. There are other areas available. Now, concerning directly item 14 and Rule 3, as I indicated before, I'm familiar with this procedural issue that you're talking about, Mr. District Attorney. And for the sake of the audience and for the sake of the commissioners who may not have read Rule 3 recently, I would like to read Rule 3 for you. And as I indicated before, Rule 3 was presented to the County Commission in January of 2016 via a state revised statute that was passed in the year 2013. So you waited 3 years to take this little paragraph or to create a little paragraph for yourselves, possibly to make it a little bit easier to, maybe, in my opinion, shadow some of these things that may present a conflict for you in the open meeting law. And so I would like to read, for the benefit of other people, and this is not in support of Rule 3, it's just simply to inform the public what it is, and my real conclusion is vote no on everything. Vote no on 14 so that you don't have to proceed with 15. This certificate, this application, this business that's been around Incline Village, Galena, ski areas, everything, and has been rejected and opposed to, it should just die. But I also know that we've got big money behind it. The commission, unfortunately, has a history of following the big money. And I'm sorry about that. And that's unfortunate. And I also feel that you're just not listening to the citizens. I agree with that 100%. You never hear you say, my constituents say this, or my constituents say this. It's always I, which to me means you're doing it as individuals. And you are representing the people, as it's been emphasized before.
Thank you.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. King.
David Quirk, followed by Tashiana Wirtchen.
My name's David Quirk. I live in this valley also. It sounds to me like overwhelmingly the people are against this dispensary, and it sounds like you have the power to end it. And I just want to be on record as someone who is encouraging you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tashiana Wirtchen, followed by Carl Rodriguez.
Tatiana Wertischen. First of all, I'd like to point out, I am not noticing anybody from the applicant side here today. I may be missing them, but they stood out very much at the last meeting. So how interested are they really in this position if they can't even bother to come to a meeting that a lot of us are inconvenienced with regarding this being in the middle of the workday? So it is absolutely absurd that the rules and procedures of the Board of County Commissioners contains a rule that allows breaking the rules by a simple majority vote. This is something I would expect in a dictatorship or a communist country, but not in our great country. We are a country based on laws and rules designed for equality and to prevent a ruling class. By voting to break the rules, you are, in essence, elevating yourself and oppressing your constituents. By voting to break the rules, how can your constituents ever believe anything else you ever say again? By voting to break the rules, we know you can undo any vote at any time. By voting to break the rules, you will undermine the rule of law and our faith in you. The only reason why you would vote yes to 14 is if you intend to vote yes on 15. Since your constituents have already stated we do not want this business in this location, and the board previously voted unanimously against relocation, it looks like the community's desire is being overrun by special interests. It is appeasing special interests that led to the shocking results of the recent elections and will continue to lead to shocking results and elections in the future. If you do vote to break the rules and reconsider the move, you will be voting to break the law. During last month's meeting, NRS 453A.350 was referenced to allow the board to approve the relocation. Section 1, subsection A of this statute states, quote, "Each medicinal marijuana establishment must be located in a separate building or facility," end quote. 15 Eagle Canyon is not a separate building or facility. It is a multi-tenant building that also has a tenant illegally living in his place of business in that building. This illegal occupancy is known and common knowledge around the neighborhood, and it is also known to the landlord. If you do vote to break the rules to reconsider this, you will be considering an illegal location that already has known illegal activity. For the MME to request a reconsideration of the denial of the application shows that the opposing counsel is either ignorant of the law or is knowingly disregarding the law. Whatever the case this does not bode well for a highly controversial, highly regulated business that is a public and health safety concern. If they are ignorant of the law and are willing to break it to obtain this location, what will they do once they are in business? Please vote no on 14 and 15. I am submitting NRS 453A.350 for the record to the county clerk in the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you, and you can provide that to me over here. Next up is Carl Rodriguez, followed by Jeff Peters.
Hello again, Commissioners. Carl Rodriguez, Spanish Springs. I live approximately 1 mile away from the location on 15 Eagle Canyon. And I encourage you not to suspend the rules. You've heard the public comment about this location, and it's not in the best interest of the individuals, the community, students especially. Mr. Laparelli, I have a question for you. If they vote no on 14 and 15, what happens?
Mr. Rodriguez, he can't address you directly.
Okay, who can address me?
Nobody can address you during public comment, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, if it goes back to Incline Village, where it initially was, I don't think Incline Village wants any more either, unfortunately. And so their population has already spoken relative to this issue. We've got two in Spanish Sun Valley, and they're about a mile apart from each other, and they are standalone businesses. One is a converted bank, and one is in a strip mall, but is a separate building. And we need to find another location for this, or they build one that's a separate building. So I encourage you to vote no on 14 and no on 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Jeff Peters, followed by James Crochus.
Hello, I'm Jeff Peters, Spanish Springs. I don't understand why you suspend a rule that would harm children. Is that something that you want tagged on your name? Why do you listen to people that are in Chicago that don't even live here? Why do you not listen to people in Washoe County? That's what I'm wondering today. I just wonder, why do you make a rule and then just ask to break it? Doesn't make any sense. There's land in Spanish Springs. How far does it go? Goes all the way to Oregon? I think there's some place they can find out there to be able to put this building. Somebody will be very happy to sell them some land and build a building out there. I know the lobbyists have talked with you, and they've spent a lot of money on attorneys. Why don't they use that money to be able to buy some land and build a building? Thank you.
Jim Crochus, followed by Mary Peterson.
Good morning, if it's still morning. I'm Jim Crochus. I'd like you to Google on your own fatalities on the Pyramid Highway. You'll be blown away by what's just happened in the year 2016. I hope I don't have to speak on 15, because I'm going to be kind of exercised if I do. We were told as children that marijuana was a gateway drug, and we laughed, but all of my friends went on to other drugs. But this is a gateway decision. Everyone has seen these marvelous, glorious beer commercials. But I wish they'd continue the commercial to the guy drunk walking out of the bar, hitting his head on a pole, throwing up on his shoes, going home and beating his wife and children. That's the commercial that we don't want to see. Where do we go from here? What gateway decision is this in 5 or 10 years? Well, you may never hear about it if you don't watch the news. Do we ever see the end result of the decisions that we make today. What commercial will this decision create in the next few years? More highway fatalities? But because you sit here, maybe you're disconnected from those decisions unless it's brought home to you. If money is the most important thing, then how we get it becomes the least important thing. I urge you to put this to rest right now. Don't let it come up again. We don't want to see the end of that commercial where lives are destroyed. People who smoke marijuana are dumb to begin with, but they get dumber as they go. A friend of mine confided in me that he smoked some marijuana, went home the next day and didn't know where his mom's car was parked. It seems unbelievable to me that we're even having this discussion. Have we fallen that far? Thank you.
Mary Peterson, followed by Sandy Luck.
Mary Peterson, once again. He just said it all, Mr. Crocius. Last night I was thinking as I was being filmed by Colo 8, this is like a bad movie. You're driving down the road and then you make a turn and you're in a little neighborhood. All my patients come in and they say, I picked you because you're down the street. My house is right there. This place needs to be built somewhere else. And it definitely needs to be a standalone. And they have the money to do it. So whatever is provoking you to make a decision to allow them to be next to me, something is in your head wrong. I'm going to leave it real simple. This is the wrong thing. End it at 14. Say no.
Sandy Luck, followed by Ira Hansen.
My name is Sandy Lack. I've been working in the building for 8 years. I hope you do approve the dispensary. I think that if you look at the dispensary by this company in Carson, and you go online and you look at the comments people are making, there are a lot of people that appreciate the service it provides. I think that it's really difficult when you need the benefits of a dispensary. You maybe don't want your neighbors to know. Maybe it's not an easy thing to come in front of this group because you'll be ostracized. So to say that nobody wants a dispensary, I don't think is accurate. Is it difficult for me to be up here when I have 1,500 clients in the area and many do want it? Was it frustrating this morning in the 7-Eleven when one of the other tenants in my building said, I hope it approves and we do get the dispensary? Do I look forward to having a security guard there during the day because strangers get dropped off and just hang around the corner till they can get a ride? Yeah. Sometimes when you're on the side where there's not a lot of people, it's difficult. I have a transgender son who went to Spanish Springs High School. He was able to use the guy's bathroom. He was able to sit with the guys at graduation. He was able to wear a guy's gown. He was able to have his guy name called out. And I said to myself, what a great school. What an open-minded community. And it's not that I can't respect all the things that are being said here, but it's difficult for a lot of people to want to come here today and speak because it's not a popular thing to speak out. But I think there's a lot of people that want this dispensary, and I think based on the Carson model, it would be nice to have on this corner. Thank you.
And the last card I have on number 14 is Ira Hansen.
Hi, Ira Hansen again, Assembly 32. When we suspend the rules at the legislature, which unfortunately we do every session at the end to try to do a mad rush to get everything through, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to the process, because that's when everything gets rammed through and you don't have proper hearings and everything else. It just looks bad. So I would say, look, if you want to do a motion for reconsideration, it should have been the meeting, at that meeting or the next meeting, to now come back after the fact to suspend the rules makes the county commissioners look silly. So I would strongly urge, just from a public relations perspective, that you don't support this. And from what I understand, since you're missing Kitty today, a tie vote essentially dies. So we're probably, I'm guessing, I don't know how you're going to vote, but I'm just guessing from the comments I've heard and so forth, that I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I would also, I talked a little bit about the idea of violating federal law. Because with medical marijuana, the Cole memorandum dealt with that. Now you've totally changed the ballgame at the passage question too. Because this will now be a distribution point for legalized recreational marijuana. And I think we need to emphasize that point, because the last hearing we had on this thing was all strictly on medical. And as you recall, they call it medical, but when you actually look at what they're selling and the names and so forth, that has very little to do with the medicinal side of it. But now it definitely has changed the ballgame completely. It makes this even more inappropriate, and the idea that the commission would even consider suspending the rules. I mean, look, there are times when you need to do that. This isn't one of them. This is actually going to come back to make you guys look a little bit on the silly side. You don't need to suspend your rules. You need to obey your rules. That's why they're there. Parliamentary procedures in place to allow the citizens to have a reasonable opportunity to make sure you follow the open meeting laws and you do all the things in a timely and orderly fashion, so that we don't have odd things slip through the cracks like they do in the legislature in the last week of the session. Now, we have a very limited time frame, 120 days, so our rules there's a reason, a relatively understandable reason why we do it. That doesn't apply here. So I would strongly urge you to vote no on this matter of question 14, and then you don't have to deal with 15 at all, and it goes back through the process where this guy's going to have to find a good zoning spot to put this thing, or leave it at the lake if necessary. But what we don't want is to put it in the heart of residential school areas. Obviously, while there has been one person in support, I would say 1 out of 50 maybe in that area may support it. Overwhelmingly, there's just strong public opposition to the location of this particular distribution point. So vote no on 14. Thank you.
And that was all the cards I had on number 14.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this time we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion at this time. Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my position has not changed. I had one, we had one commenter who said, we speak from the position of I. Well, I do listen to my constituents. I've lived in Spanish Springs for 29 years. In February, it'll be 30 years, same house. And I take a lot of pride in my community. I love that place. My kids grew up there. I'm an empty nester now, but I'm very sensitive to raising kids in the area. And the Pyramid Highway was always fretful for my wife and myself. We always worried about our kids. Once they got to driving age, it was always a concern. And the idea that a facility like this would be on the corner of Eagle Canyon and Pyramid is still not tenable for me. And so I cannot support it, and in fact, I would make the motion to deny reconsideration.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes.
The item, or the motion on this item would be to
suspend?
Following Commissioner Hartung's logic, the motion would be to not suspend the rules.
Okay.
Not on, his motion would have been fine on 15. But 14 is where we are.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Liparelli. My motion is to not suspend the rules just to not suspend Rule 3.
I have a motion not to suspend Rule 3. Does the seconder approve?
Yes.
The seconder does approve. Commissioner Hartung and Commissioner Burke, Commissioner Burke, further conversation.
Mr. Chair, just one.
Yes.
Sorry to be a pest, but we're not suspending Rule 3, we're suspending all the rules, so.
Okay.
So it would be a motion not to suspend the rules.
The rules, okay. Okay, motion to not suspend the rules.
Okay, I have a
Thank you.
motion from Commissioner Hartine. Does the seconder agree?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Herman approves of that motion. Further discussion, Commissioner Brickbigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we got into this because the state legislature deemed it absolutely a requirement of the county to have 6 of these in the county. We got into this because the state legislature thought that medical marijuana and recreational marijuana was a good idea for the state of Nevada, and it swamped the county. We could have opted out. The whole county could have opted out. That was a choice that a previous commission made, not the commissioners who sit here today. So we didn't opt out. But my suggestion is the legislature should have never put the county in this position. In the first place, they did. Unfortunately, the county will end up in litigation over this. And so your tax dollars are going to be used for the purposes of defending the fact that we are denying a location in the valley. Secondly, I agreed to the whole process that we did last time to deny this location, largely because the commissioner from this district and members of this particular district indicated that they would work with the owner of this proposed facility to find a location in Spanish Springs, that this wasn't just a blanket, hell no, we don't want it. This was we recognize it, but this is a bad location. And so for that reason, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Brickbigler. Any further discussion at this time? We have a current motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Herman? Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
We have Commissioner Brickbigler in opposition, and it's a 3-1 vote.
Thank you, sir.
With that being said, Mr. Liparelli, would we need to hear agenda item 15 at this time?
Mr. Chair, you need not consider item 15 because of your decision not to suspend the rules.
All right, at this time, we will move agenda item 15 and move back to the consent agenda. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, your next item then is item 6, which is your consent agenda, and those are items 6A.
Mr. Manager, can we take a short recess to let everybody report? We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Yeah. You were the easy one.
I know, I can share, just don't override my share.
We're going to bring the commission meeting back to order. All right, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, your next item is your consent agenda, and those are items 6A through 6J6.
All right. At this time, is there any items on the consent agenda that any commissioner would like to pull out at this time? I know we have some members from the comptroller's office here to speak to the CAFR on item 6D. So I'd like to maybe pull that out and take some comment from Mrs. Hill on that, and we'll go from there. But so we'll take 6D if that's okay with the board out. Anything else at this time?
Motion to approve consent.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hartung, second by Commissioner Berkbigler. We have public comment at this time.
We do, Madam, Mr. Chair, Debbie Sheltra. On 6E.
Yeah, come on in. This is on all consent, this is public comment on all consent items at this time.
Mr. Chairman, Debbie Sheltra, speaking for many residents in West Washoe Valley. First, I want to thank you for your earlier comments about the letter and getting that process going for the accountability of Nevada Division of Forestry. But I stand here today in support of Mr. Clark's office. The assessor met with me and a neighbor and several of his staff yesterday for over an hour explaining to me what was going to happen with my taxes. And I hope that when the time comes, you will also support what he gives you today, and that you will also support lowering of our property tax value, which I understand under state law cannot be done until 2 more quarters have passed, July 1. We have something that I think is valueless right now, and as his chief appraiser, Gail, I forget her last name, said to me yesterday, we won't know what it's worth until somebody chooses to buy one of those horribly burned out scars on the mountainside. So my problems are few, I feel, compared to what I've been listening. I support you and what you've done there. I support you as a board that supports the people, because I've been with you and followed you in many boards for over 30 years. And if we didn't have this process, we'd have total anarchy. And I am so pleased with what Mr. Clark's office did for me yesterday and is doing for my neighbors. I took a list of neighbors' addresses. He gave me the paperwork, and I distributed it yesterday after my meeting with him. So I stand here in support of you supporting 6E today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheltra.
That was all the public comment on consent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, removing, taking 6D out. So we want to hear 16 now. Yes, we'll hear 16 now. We'll need a vote first on the rest of the consent, yes. So can I get all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager, 6D.
Yes, 6D is approval to acknowledge receipt of the Washoe County Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, Auditor's Report, and Report on Internal Control for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2016, as presented. Approve the reappropriation of $28,738,390 for the fiscal year 2017 budget, consisting of $13,102,196 for purchase order encumbrances committed in fiscal year 2016, and $636,194 for spending of restricted contributions and fees, and authorize the comptroller to proceed with the distribution of the CAFR for public record as required by law.
Mr. Chair, did you want us to time the presentation?
No, not today. Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Good morning. For the record, Kathy Hill, Washoe County Comptroller. I just wanted to point out a few financial highlights before Felicia O'Carroll from Ide Bailey comes up here and does her presentation with regards to the 2016 CAFR. As Washoe County continues to recover, ad valorem taxes were up $8 million from fiscal year 15. The capital program revenues increased by $12 million, which is associated with the bond sale for the medical examiner's office that is under construction. General fund balance increased by $2.1 million, which resulted in an ending fund balance of over $44 million, which falls within the county commissioner's adoption of a fund balance between 10 and 17%. And on that, I'd like to thank the comptroller staff associated with compiling the CAFR, the administrative secretaries, Edwin Smith and Jerry Renshaw, the senior accountants, Russ Morgan, Crystal Varnum, Asta Dominguez, Darlene Delaney, the accountants to Tammy Yao, Joyce Garrett, and Marty Williams, Accounting Manager Mary Solorzano, and a special acknowledgement to Bob Andrews, who is an accounting manager and was instrumental in the compilation of the CAFR. And on that, I'd like to introduce Felicia O'Carroll from Ide Bailey.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill.
Thank you very much, Felicia O'Carroll, for the record. I'm a partner with the accounting firm of Ide Bailey. There are a few things that have to be read into the minutes in accordance with Nevada revised statutes in order for this to wrap up and complete the audit process. First and foremost, you did receive an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level of assurance that the CPA profession offers. So that's always a very good thing. If you're not particularly interested in looking at 300 pages of numbers, I would direct your attention to management's discussion and analysis. That's an easy-to-read description of the year's activities, and that can be found in your comprehensive annual financial report, or what we call the CAFR. That was put together by your comptroller staff and is in easy-to-understand language. One important thing to point out is on the government-wide statements, you did have positive net position in 2 of your 3 categories. You have a net investment in capital assets of $540 million. You have restricted net assets of $118 million. The majority of that is for capital projects, public safety, welfare, debt, and claims. And you had an unrestricted deficit of $270 million. I think it's important to point out that that came about as a result of the implementation of Governmental Accounting Standards Board Opinion Number 68 last year. That particular opinion, we refer to as GASB 68, requires that Washoe County and every other local government and state government report their proportionate share of the unfunded PERS liability on your financial statements. Now, you have a liability on your books of about $349 million for that particular amount, but it's a very one-sided presentation. You're required to report the liability. You unfortunately don't have the ability to record the way that those are going to be paid, and that's through property taxes and consolidated taxes that you collect over the next 30 years. So you report the liability, but you don't report the asset. And that's just the way the Governmental Accounting Standards Board works. But it is something, and I think that's why it didn't create the big furor last year that everybody expected it would. I think everybody understands that, but I did want to mention it to you again. Kathy talked very briefly about how your general fund did, and you know that you operate on the basis of funds. It is important to note that you are in a strong financial position right now. I should point out to you that in the CAFR that you will receive, there are notes to the financial statements, and it's really important that when you're looking at the financial statements that you consider the notes related thereto, because it is required for full disclosure. There was one finding related to the financial audit that I'm required to report to you. There were some changes to the billing practices without prior knowledge of the comptroller's office. Those ended up not being in accordance with the modified accrual basis of accounting and required that we propose a journal entry of over $1 million, and that's why there is one finding in your report this year. And there is a management's response included in there as well. One last thing that I'll point out to you is to talk just very briefly about your federal grants. There is a separate audit required because you do receive and expend more than $750,000 in federal grants. You actually receive $34.5 million in federal grants. While those are very helpful, they do come with strings, and those strings are that those amounts be audited. This year, the county qualified as a low-risk auditee. That meant that we were required to audit 20% of your federal awards. Next year, you won't qualify as a low-risk auditee, and it will require that your auditor audit 40%. The reason for that is this year, during that compliance audit, we became aware of 9 findings. There were 3 related to the aging cluster, 4 related to the child welfare grant, and 2 related to adoption assistance. We typically present this information at the audit committee meeting that will follow this meeting in a couple of weeks. We will go through those in detail at the audit committee meeting. I just wanted to point out to you that the grants that we audited this year were the aging cluster, the child welfare research, training, and demonstration grant, family planning services, and adoption assistance. There's very specific rules on how we have to select those programs to be audited. This year, the only repeat program from last year was the family planning services, and I'm pleased to report that they had no findings this year, and all 4 of the findings that we noted last year were corrected. So that's what we need to do to make sure that we meet all the requirements of the statutes. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from any of the commissioners at this time? All right, seeing none, thank you. Commissioner Hartung.
Do you know off the top of your head what the deficit was last fiscal year?
Last year,
270 million is the deficit this year for the unfunded
yes, it was
PERS?
253 million last year.
253 million.
Yes.
Okay, so.
And your liability for your pension did increase this year, so that's part of the reason why it increased.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Seeing no other comments, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this time?
No, sir.
No, okay. Seeing no public comment, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion at the time, this time.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hartung, second by Commissioner Berkpickler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager. Yes. Commissioner Berkpickler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would propose that we put in a block vote number 8, 9, and 10.
All right, I have a motion for agendas items 8, 9, and 10.
Do we need
a second.
We can't, I'll second that for purposes of discussion. We can't do 11?
We could. We'll second, so we have a seconder at this time. Further discussion?
We can do 11.
You want to, so would you want to amend your
I
motion?
would have been my motion to include 11.
Okay, motion amended to include 11. Does the seconder agree?
Does.
The seconder agrees. All those in favor say,
Gotta
oh,
read it.
sorry, I'm sorry. Please read that. Thank you. Pull me over.
I'll read that, and
Still-
then
still
we'll see if there's public comment.
Rookie on this.
Item 8 is approve the removal of uncollectible accounts receivable totaling $3,202,367.73. Item 9 is an award request for proposal RFP number 2991-17 for the differential response program for child abuse and neglect cases to the lowest responsive bidder proposer, meeting specification, the Children's Cabinet, 1090 South Rock Boulevard in Reno, Nevada, in the estimated amount up to $300,000 for the first year on behalf of Washoe County Department of Social Services, and further to recommend that the purchasing and contracts manager be authorized to enter into this agreement for 1 year, commencing December 1, 2016 through November 30, 2017, with the provision for up to 2 one-year extensions at Washoe County's option at an approximate annual amount between $250,000 and $300,000. Item 10 is adopt a resolution declaring Washoe County's intent to sell Truckee River water rights, 362 acre-feet, claim DTR-014 to the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, and set a public hearing for December 13, 2016 at 10 a.m. pursuant to NRS 277.050 to hear any objections. And item 11 is a request by the county manager through the county clerk pursuant to Washoe County Code 2.03 to approve a request to amend the Washoe County Code Chapter 20 to enact the increase to the county's sales and use tax rate as approved by voters in Washoe County on November 8, 2016, and direct the clerk to submit the request to the district attorney for preparation of a proposed ordinance pursuant to Washoe County Code 2.04.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment at this time?
Not on those items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. We'll bring it back to the board. I have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager, looks we're back to agenda item 7.
Item 7 is a department presentation, and this presentation is by the Health District highlighting services and operations, and your health officer, Mr. Kevin Dick, is here to present this item.
And just for the record, I will note that I passed out the strategic plan for the Washoe County Health District to the board this morning, and I have a copy for the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, good morning, Mr. Dick, still.
Good morning, Chair Lucy, County Commissioners. I'm Kevin Dick, the District Health Officer for the Washoe County Health District, and appreciate the opportunity to give you a very brief overview of the Health District and our operations this morning. Next slide, please. As you know, the Health District is established under an interlocal agreement between Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And through that agreement, the county provides a general fund transfer to support the Health District. We also receive funding from grants and from fees for permits and other services that we provide. The Health District is established under NRS 431, and that gives us jurisdiction over all public health matters arising in Washoe County. Next slide. The Health District is governed by a District Board of Health. Chair Jung is the chair of the District Board of Health. Our Vice Chair Ratty, we lost as she became a state senator, but I'm happy to report that yesterday at the Sparks Council meeting, Christopher Dahir was appointed as our Sparks elected representative for the Board of Health. John Novak, a retired dentist, is the Sparks appointee. We have Councilman Delgado on the board. City of Reno also appointed retired Fire Chief Mike Brown of North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District as our board member. The Washoe County Commissioners have appointed David Silverman, the partner in the Silver Peak Brewery and Restaurants, as the board member. And by statute, those 6 board members appoint a physician to the board, and that is Dr. George Hess that serves on the board. Next slide. We recently went through a strategic planning process, and so the handout that you have is the executive summary from our strategic plan. So we've updated our vision, mission, values, and strategic direction as part of that effort. Next slide. We were fortunate to get grant funding to work with on strategy and supporting our development of the plan. The plan is aligned around 6 strategic priorities. Under each of these priorities, we've developed measurable outcomes, and we have an action plan of initiatives that we're implementing in order to achieve those outcomes and tracking our progress under that. Next slide. I'd like to briefly run over the structure and the operations and programs of the Health District. We're organized under 4 divisions, as well as the Office of Administrative Health Services and the Office of the District Health Officer. Next slide. The Administrative Health Services Office is the business office for the Health District. They provide the administrative support that enables our programs to achieve their objectives. They're responsible for our financial management and our fiscal compliance. Our budget for FY17 is roughly $22 million. Of that, the county general fund transfer is just under $10 million, so about 47% of the Health District's budget for the year. We have a staffing of just over 151 full-time equivalents, very dedicated employees that allow us to achieve our mission. Next slide. The Air Quality Management Division is responsible for implementing the Clean Air Act in Washoe County. They maintain a network of 8 monitoring stations monitoring our air quality 24/7, 365 days a year. They also are responsible for permitting and inspecting our stationary sources for asbestos demolition and abatement activities, as well as a wood stove program to reduce emissions there. We have award-winning outreach programs to engage the community so that we can be able to plan to continue to meet the air quality attainment standards. And so those are engaging the community in proactive efforts, as well as advising them of how to protect themselves when we have poor air quality events. Next slide. In our Environmental Health Services Division, we have the Vector-Borne Disease Program, and this provides mosquito abatement as well as surveillance activities. The Land Development Group is responsible for plan review of new developments and water distribution systems. We regulate underground storage tanks and the removal of and remediation of leaking underground storage tanks. We oversee solid waste and recycling facilities, and we have a new solid waste management plan, 5-year plan that'll be going to the board for approval later this month. We permit restaurants and numerous temporary events and inspect those, and the public can go to washoeats.com to see how the restaurants that they frequent score in that inspection process. Under our water program, we also permit wells and septic systems, and we conduct inspections of pools and spas. We permit and inspect invasive body decorating facilities, the tattoo parlors and body piercing operations. And we also regulate institutions. We inspect the schools, daycare facilities, hotels and motels, trailer and RV parks. Next slide. In our epidemiology and public health preparedness program, we have a communicable disease program that is responsible for surveillance. We track reported communicable diseases, investigate those, and try to limit the spread of those diseases. Our division works closely with our environmental health services to respond to foodborne illness and other outbreaks. Recently, we've been working quite a bit with the schools on some GI outbreaks that have been occurring there. We have an EpiNews publication and public health alerts that we distribute to engage our professional community and others in public health hazards that we're facing. We have a vital statistics program that's responsible for recording births and deaths and issuing birth and death certificates. On the emergency preparedness and planning side of the house, we work closely with our numerous community partners to plan for and train for response to disasters and other emergencies. We plan for medical emergencies such as mass casualty incidents, hospital evacuations, potential pandemics, and bioterrorism attacks. And as you know, we're responsible for the emergency medical services oversight. We oversee the REMSA franchise agreement, and through the new interlocal agreement, we have oversight of our EMS providers, and recently prepared a 5-year strategic plan for EMS. Under our community and clinical health services, we have a chronic disease program that focuses on tobacco and obesity. We provide immunizations. There's a picture of County Manager Slaughter getting his flu shot. Good job. We have a maternal child and adolescent health program. We have a tuberculosis clinic that we operate over on Kerman. We have a WIC program that provides nutritional support to expecting and young mothers and their families with offices here and on South Moana. We provide family planning services and sexual health services, including STD and HIV testing. Next slide. In the office of the District Health Officer, we conduct our community health needs assessment. We have a robust partnership with Renown and partnered with them to develop this assessment in 2015. What we found was there are numerous social determinants of health that are driving poor health outcomes in our community. And so part of our effort is to engage the broader public health system in working together in partnership to try to affect the social conditions in our community. We developed a community health improvement plan that addresses education, food security, behavioral health, and access to health care and social services that we're now implementing with a number of partners. We have developed Truckee Meadows Healthy Communities, which I co-chair along with the renowned CEO, Dr. Tony Slonim. That's a cross-sectoral collaboration involving a number of organizations. I know a number of the commissioners attended the initial forum that we had to present the Community Health Needs Assessment. We provide quarterly family health festivals. I want to thank Chair Lucy for his support of those initiatives over the years. We're working together to affect some system change. We are working broadly on quality improvement across the health district, have an initiative with projects in each division. We're developing a workforce development plan and working toward national accreditation under a new set of standards. My office is the point for media and government relations as well. There's a brief video that I'd like to go to that was prepared by Nancy Lewinhagen and WCTV, so thanks for their efforts. Be happy to take any questions after this.
A healthy community is one where everybody's basic needs are met. They have employment, they've got housing, they have access to nutritious and healthy foods. That gives them the opportunity to live an active and healthy life.
This Parks Foundation grant challenge is going to get 200 Washoe County employees to try to hit as many parks and trails as a wellness initiative. And the healthier we can have our employees be and be more preventive rather than reactive, the better off it is for the taxpayers.
Growing up in a community predominantly African American and Latino, we never even knew what a flu shot was. So I think having a community that's healthy, that knows of something as minor as a flu shot that can have such a significant impact.
It's important and vital that we work with our nonprofits, with our health districts, with our hospitals, with our job creators, with everybody, because we all essentially know that what creates a healthy community is one where people feel their best.
There's such a strong linkage between income inequality and health disparities. And as you move up the income ladder, your health gets better, and vice versa. And we've seen those disparities on display. The kinds of problems that we're dealing with, health, social issues, are complex problems. They're dynamic. You can get to them by principles, but not rules.
I really believe that this is something that we need to take care of and address. What we're doing here today is a part of a greater service here to make sure that healthcare is accessible to all of our constituents and all of our citizens within Washoe County.
Today is our first Family Health Festival to provide assistance with access to health care and social services for people in our community.
Today is one of our biggest events of Bike Week. It's, again, the mayoral challenge, and it's just a great time for us all to get out here and do a leisurely ride together with the councilmen and commissioners.
Well, cycling is a great activity for our community. It promotes a clean environment, it promotes healthy living, healthy lifestyles.
Well, today we signed an agreement with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony that allows us to work together to be able to dispense medication if we have a public health emergency.
I'm trying to find common relationships, especially with healthcare, in times when we're facing terrorism and we're facing pandemic diseases, and that could basically affect even tribal members.
From our perspective at the food bank, our role in creating a healthy community is really about making sure that folks have the food they need, especially healthy food like fruits and vegetables and dairy products and things of that sort. Our relationship with the health district goes a long way back, maybe 20 or 25 years. Food is really the foundation of good public health.
To me, it's very important that we collaborate with the health district. Great example is when we go into these very low-income housing, the motels, what we call the weekly motels, and you'd be surprised the conditions that we find. And we work collaboratively to ensure that the properties are well maintained and that they are habitable, especially for the children.
They told you that he was going to make the so
That's what we're inspecting pursuant to.
I would say that the health district is ready and poised for the future of our community.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dick. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you for being here. It's very interesting. I didn't realize you went through all those things when you're in the health department. I have a question. Solid waste management. Could that possibly include regulating the removal of old burned houses?
The solid waste management that we do is as far as whether it's stuff that is legally disposed of and managed. A burned out house really, I believe, would fall under code enforcement versus a health district solid waste management program. But we do participate in funding organizations and efforts to do cleanup of open dumping and those type of things.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice presentation, Mr. Dick and Ms. Lewin-Hagen and Sosu. It was great. My question revolves around the environmental health section and the vector-borne diseases, of course, with respect to Cymex lectularius, common bed bug. I think we should be a little deeper. I think we're behind the ball on that. It's more pervasive than people want to admit, and I think the health department is perfectly situated to lead the way. In many communities, it's the university, but we don't have a strong entomology group at the university that studies Cymex lectularius, and so I think the health department is really better situated, and I think that it would be wise for us, especially in some of the areas where we have social workers visiting, to be able to offer some kind of assistance, because many of these people are just afraid, Kevin. They're afraid to tell their landlord for fear of eviction, and so they'll just remain silent, and sadly, as you well know, they grow exponentially. The numbers are really crazy, and I can sit down offline with you and show you what the numbers actually can be with a very small number to begin with, and then within a 6 or an 8 month period, they're huge. While they're not truly a vector, we haven't proven them to be a vector yet, they're truly a nuisance in our community, and so I'm hoping that we can take a more proactive as opposed to reactive role in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, do you have anything? No?
Only to say thank you. You do a great job, and we really appreciate this presentation was excellent. And Mrs. Lewin-Hagen and your team, your video was right on. And as always, Mr. Dick, you're a joy to listen to. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. If you want any more information, please follow up with me. It was kind of tight to fit it in within my time limit, but
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. All right. At this time, we are on to, actually, what I'd like to do really quick is we have a few agenda items left on the agenda for today. It is 12 o'clock. We could push through if the board sees fit, or take a break for lunch. Push through? Okay.
That's my opinion.
All right. You okay?
I'll be fine.
All right. All right, we're going to push.
If I start crying because I'm hungry.
We'll send somebody out. All right, Mr. Manager, we'll move on to agenda item 12.
Item 12 is a request by the county manager through the Washoe County Clerk pursuant to Washoe County Code 2.030 for the Board of County Commissioners to initiate proceedings to amend Washoe County Code Chapter 110, the Development Code at Article 304, Use Classification System to expand the current definition of outdoor entertainment, commercial recreation, commercial use type to include other types of outdoor entertainment venues such as amphitheaters, racetracks, golf courses, ski resorts, and/or other appropriate venues, and to incorporate a wider range of typical uses such as sporting events, concerts, outdoor plays, outdoor music festivals with live or recorded music, and/or other appropriate uses. Additionally, initiate amendments to Washoe County Code Chapter 110 at Article 302, allowed uses to potentially expand the regulatory zones within the outdoor entertainment use type is allowed with the approval of an appropriate discretionary permit. Further, to direct the county clerk to submit the request to the district attorney for preparation of a proposed ordinance pursuant to Washoe County Code Sections 2.030 and 2.040.
Great. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Move approval of this particular proposal.
Long overdue second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second from Commissioner Herman. Is there any public comment at this time?
No, sir.
No public comment signed in. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager, item 13, please.
Item 13 includes an introduction and first reading. This is Possible action to find that the 800 megahertz system and any future similar system of radio communication which is owned or operated by Washoe County is a matter of local concern for the effective operation of local government, and a motion to introduce and conduct a first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Washoe County Code.
All right.
Would you like a first reading, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam.
this will be Bill number 1773, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Information Officer to negotiate and execute agreements with other public and private entities as are required to assure the continued present and future operation of Washoe County's emergency radio systems, and to present such agreements to the Washoe County Board of Commissioners for final approval when required by law or policy, describing that such agreements may include without limitation provisions for the sharing, the use, governance, operation, maintenance, and upgrade of any of Washoe County radio system with other public or private entities, unless otherwise prohibited by law, changing the title of Chief Information Management Officer to Chief Information Officer, and providing for other matters properly relating thereto. And we just need an introduction.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hartman.
Move to introduce Bill number 1773 with the second reading to occur on December 13th, 2016.
All right. I have, yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
may I
Liparelli.
take a moment on
Yes.
this? I'd like to hail item 13 as the first use by Washoe County of the home rule powers that were given to counties by the Nevada legislature. The prelude to this introduction was to have the board find that the 800 megahertz system and future similar radio systems which are owned or operated by Washoe County are a matter of local concern for the effective operation of local government. Using that home rule power, that this ordinance will authorize the county to enter into agreements with public and private companies who make use of the 800 megahertz technologies for public safety and related utility type responses. And so in addition to the introduction, if the board could also make a finding that this system of radio communication is a matter of local concern for the effective operation of government under the home rule statute.
Thank you, Mr. Liparelli.
I would amend the motion to include that this is a matter of county policy and has to do with home rule, and I'm sorry I didn't repeat it, what Mr. Liparelli said.
So the motion is to repeat as verbatim for Mr. Commissioner.
Verbatim.
Mr. Liparelli, okay.
Yes, sir.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Hartung for the first reading, and that's all I need at this time.
Public comment?
Oh, public comment. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
None, thank you.
None signed in, thank you. Bring it back to the board. All right, Mr. Manager, do we need to, yeah, we're on to 16.
On to 16.
Yes.
Item 16 is discussion possible action to approve a new franchise agreement under NRS 244.187-18 through 188 for the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste with Reno Disposal Company, a Nevada corporation doing business as independent sanitation company and waste management, including but not limited to possible changes to the franchise fee, possible changes to the length of time during which the franchise will be in effect, and the possible addition of certain recyclables to the scope of the franchise. And Assistant County Manager Kevin Schiller is here to present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Schiller.
Chairman and other members of the commission, I'm here before you on the franchise agreement. As you can see, we've been here many times before, and if I could have your patience for a couple minutes, I wanted to just give an overview. I've had several comments and input even prior to the meeting, so I want to make sure I kind of go through some of those things. Mr. Liparelli can certainly weigh in on this, but three things going forward today. In terms of the presentation, the board can look at this in terms of amendments and offer an approval with amendments so that it can be executed. They can also provide direction to staff with amendments to come back with a finalized contract. I was going to, by way of the item, just walk you through some of those amendments that I've already proactively worked on. that have even come up as early as this morning. So I want to make sure I walk you through those, and then that can allow for some further discussion and for you to provide direction on some of those amendments. So the first one is there seems to be some confusion around the issue of exclusivity around commercial versus residential. And so when you look at the contract in the first paragraph, the one piece that will be amended or taken out is it talks about the disposal of garbage and other waste. Those two words have created some confusion around exclusivity with the franchise. So those two things would be a recommendation for an amendment so that that would be taken out. So that would, and then we could also add further language that clarifies that at the current franchise, so under the current franchise with no changes, the intent of this is not to change anything in relationship to that commercial service. So commercial service would stay the same, and we can add specific language into that. Where some confusion occurs is there are other vendors that do dry waste, and so dry waste is allowed under the current franchise and would continue in the future franchise. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Two other areas that I wanted to highlight. One area that's come up for further discussion is response and delays during inclement weather. Mr. Martinelli's here and he can address questions too, but specifically to that, they always attempt to do that within the next day in terms of that service if weather allows. That does become more difficult depending on road conditions when you get into some of the rural areas, but we did clarify that. Second piece that I wanted to highlight is the ability for pickup with additional stickers. There's 2 months out of the year that was requested through the board, specifically May and November of each year. And just so it's clear in the contract, that's under 5.4 subsection C. There's 25 stickers per dwelling unit are included in the base service level. Additionally, during the months of May and November, or as otherwise agreed upon, customers shall be allowed to place additional 6 bags, boxes, or bundles outside of their container on the service day without using a sticker. And I think Mr. Martinelli can address this, but I think there's a weight limit on that of like 50 pounds, something to that effect, specific to the bundles, but it doesn't have to be in bags, so I wanted to ensure that was clarified. Another piece that's come forward from the health district is to cross-reference the definitions with the health district regulations, which can occur. There was a request for some clarity on requirements for unlawful accumulation and who has the authority to require that additional service and level of unlawful accumulations that falls currently under the health district. We can ensure language is clear to that fact. And then the last one that came up was also discussion regarding collection of medical waste. That's been a discussion that's come up, and medical waste is considered a special waste, so it's not included under the free service when you get into the the free service in parks and other county facilities. So there is a charge tied to that. And then the last piece that had come up as a request from the health district was some discussion on increasing the bond amount that was requested. Risk management did not agree to increasing it, but Waste Management is willing to increase the bond amount if that's necessary. So that's the list that I have in terms of some of those amendments going forward. And then what I wanted to do is allow each of you as commissioners to provide your specific requests, and then we can kind of move forward from there, and Mr. Martinelli can also assist.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schiller. At this time, we'll start down here. Commissioner Burkbigler, do you have some specific questions?
I do have a couple of issues. So my area of concern is on page 3, section 2, sub 2.1, where it says, talking about the franchise, and saying very clearly that this is an exclusive privilege given to WM. And sub 2 of that says, and for the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste exclusive of recyclables generated or coming to exist at all commercial properties in the franchise area. And we specifically requested to not have this interfere with current private suppliers, and I believe this language needs to be removed because this is not an exclusive franchise as far as businesses are concerned, only as far as residential collection is concerned.
Correct. So what we can do, as I said previously, we'll ensure is as the current franchise and the new franchise, and then we can provide clarifying language there tied to the dry waste versus the disposal.
And that's totally fine with me, as long as you remove this language. But this language is very similar to the language that's in Washoe, or in Reno's franchise, and that has created a ton of trouble. And we made a commitment to our partners that we would not do this. We do not want this to interfere with local business. And so, from my perspective, and Mr. Labrelli, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this language needs to be removed in order to assure that there is no conflict. Remember that what I have done for a living for years is write law, and this to me is a conflict. And so I'm very concerned about that. I have one other.
Yes. Would you like Mr. Martinelli to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Martinelli, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Greg Martinelli on behalf of Waste Management. I agree with you. That was some language that County Council put in the agreement, because I think it reads exactly the way you just described it, which was not your intent. You made your intent crystal clear. And his response back was this came directly out of the statute. So if that's the way the statute reads, perhaps what we need to clarify with that it's only addressing protrusible waste as opposed to other waste, which is just garbage, which is what it is today. It was never our intent to do anything but change from picking up the recycling in a basket to picking it up in a cart. That was only for residential. It was never our intention to have anything to do with commercial. Actually, all of you had the same view. You were crystal clear on that. So we're happy to rewrite the language so that it's clear that we are only talking about protrusible waste.
Okay, and Mr. Liparelli, as County Council, I would request that if this is a problem with the statutes, as statutes are written, maybe we need to look at whether or not the statutes need to be changed in this next legislative session. Because I think this is very clear that we are stepping on the toes of local businesses by requiring them to come second in their collection to Waste Management. So is that something we could take a look at, please?
Mr. Chair, for Commissioner Birkbigler, you really have two different layers of discussion. There's what the state law says you can do when you displace competition, which is what granting a franchise, an exclusive franchise is all about. And the second layer is what you agree to with the franchisee. And Mr. Martinelli's indicated the company's willingness to have the contract say what you said it should say. But the question is, at the statutory level, is whether there is or is not a legislative determination on whether recyclables and those kinds of things are covered by the exclusivity concepts of the state law. So it may require a clarification at the statutory level. Here today, what you have is the product of the negotiations between the parties. One of the parties is saying it's fine with the company to remove that language. So as a matter of contract, if you want it to say that, it's within your purview to do. And we'll, I guess, leave the statutory challenges for another day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. I have one other.
Okay.
So on page 8 of the franchise agreement, where it talks, sub D, where it talks about allow 4 free trips per year to the Waste Management Transfer Station, which I think is great. And I also approve agree with the 25 stickers previously, but I thought we had at one point discussed a free period for a week of pickup in the springtime
It's there.
and in the fall.
It's in C right above.
Oh, in C right above.
About
So-
3/4 of the way through. It's May and November, and
Oh, perfect.
unless you want to make it a
No.
different month.
No, those are fine.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I didn't catch that, so. Thank you.
No.
May and November.
Mr. Martinelli, in regards, before we get away from the May and November discussion, and now is that every collection day in those months, or is that one day per month?
It's 4 So it'd be every week in the month of May, every week in the month of
Right,
November.
so every collection day in the month of May, so all four? for those-
Correct.
Okay.
The intent, actually, and it came out of your cabs, that, you know, we originally had only thought that we'd have a spring cleanup, but your folks were concerned, you're a fall cleanup, but your folks were concerned about spring, so we split the baby and we put it in both spring and fall.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Perfect.
that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hartung and Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. On page 3 of the staff report, down about 3/4 of the way, it says, "The primary challenge in making changes to the current franchise agreement to implement single-stream recycling in the unincorporated Washoe County is the potential impact to residential rates." So I understand the issue and how we've got to deal with this. I would then call your attention also to page 3 of the contract, and with respect to the term. We've got no flexibility here to have a period of time where we can see if everything is working properly and revisit it. The way that we're looking at the term today, it is effective February 1st, 2017 until December 31st, 2030. And what I would suggest is that we give ourselves potentially an off-ramp where we can come back and revisit just to make sure that everything is flowing smoothly, because we are making some substantive changes. And maybe it's a 2-year time period. Maybe it's something of that nature. Maybe it's just a year. I don't know if the board even has an appetite for this, but what I would suggest is that we give ourselves the ability to just revisit and potentially tweak some of the things that are in agreement to both sides, because we are making some substantive changes, and the larger parcel properties are the properties that I'm obviously concerned with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schiller, can you respond to that?
For the record, Kevin Schiller. We did not include a component for that review. I think it's something that we certainly could negotiate and include within the contract language. I think the key issue, and Greg can speak to this, but I think the key issue will be in terms of purchase of carts and those types of issues and supplies initially in the execution of the contract, and then any substantive changes, the issue would be tied to what's the financial implication and discussion from there.
And on that note, if I may, Mr. Chairman, it may not be, Mr. Martinelli may end up coming back, and in all fairness, we need to respect their ability to do business. And so it's a push and pull on both sides of the equation, in my opinion. And so I
would agree.
It's just something that if we give ourselves the ability to just visit and make sure that everybody's happy with the way things are transpiring, Mr. Martinelli may come back and say, hey, look, you guys, I can't do it this way. It's too onerous for us. It's extremely expensive, and we cannot afford it. And I respect that. I completely respect that. On the other side of that, we may come back and say it's not working for a certain sector of the public, and we need to make some tweaks on both sides. So that I would like to see some type of the ability to just revisit shortly before we get into a nearly 15-year agreement.
Well, let's ask Mr. Martinelli, being the subject matter expert. This agreement that we're looking at proposed is currently a 15-year agreement, is that correct?
Correct.
13. Yeah, 13 and change. Would there be something that would be amenable to waste management that would be to kind of address Commissioner Hartung's concerns in regards to adding some sort of a dates, or audit dates that transpire? What would that look like?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hartung, I believe that your issue is covered at 13.2.
Sorry, did I miss it?
And if that's not clear enough, I mean, we can certainly add language. I understand certainly where you're coming from. There is a provision in the agreement that if it creates issues for us, we have to come before you and make the case in order for there to be any rate changes relative to the current rate structure. So that provision already exists in the agreement. But I believe what you're looking for is at 13.2, and I think we put that in there because we don't know, to your point. We don't know. And, there could be something else is going to happen in the future that would cause us to have to sit down, and we shouldn't need to wait until the end of the agreement in order to have a discussion about some changes. So we're agreeable at any time, and there doesn't need to be a time trigger on it from our perspective.
Mr. Liparelli, does this give us, what I described, does this give us the ability to go back and revisit easily 13.2?
Mr. Chairman, for Commissioner Hartung, Section 13.2 is a duty on the part of both of the parties to get together and have discussions about the effects of some of the changes that have been made. I heard your comments, Commissioner Hartung, as being a little more than that. In effect, you were suggesting a reopener or some sort of a trial period, after which time you would really be renegotiating again. So your idea was a little more powerful. This 13.2 is certainly an expression of good faith on the part of the parties to continue dialogue during the term of the agreement. So you can decide where to draw the line.
Yeah, the chairman brings a perfect term, a probationary period for both parties, and I just think it would be wise for us. I have a lot of people who want to go to single stream, and you know, Mr. Martinelli, that we get those calls every single day, and I don't say I get them every day, but I get them frequently. People who are frustrated and want that to occur, and then on the other side of that, I get people who are very frustrated that we're even thinking about going to single stream, and you know, and I'm not suggesting that we just terminate the agreement pell-mell, but I would like to see some language in there that is, in the way that I read this, is the parties may agree. The parties. If one party is not in agreement, then it seems to me that we would more or less be at an impasse. So if it is the pleasure of the board, I'd like to see a probationary period. I think that's a great idea. We can make it 18 months or 2 years even.
Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
I don't have an issue with that if that works for our staff negotiating team and Mr. Martinelli, but I do have a concern that how will we know if it's, maybe 18 months isn't soon enough to find that out. Maybe 2 years isn't soon. It might be 5 years down the road, and all of a sudden we realize that that's really an issue. That's the only concern I would have about a quote-unquote probationary period.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, I will let Mr. Martinelli address that too. One thing that is built into this that I was going to highlight at a later point is the customer service component. So back to Commissioner Burke-Bigler's inquiry on kind of how you're measuring it, and Commissioner Hartung talking about complaints. We've worked really diligently over the last 90 days on the customer service component that's tied into this and the service delivery, and we actually in the manager's office only seen one complaint in the last 30 days, which is hugely significant historically. And so that component of it is built in, so at whatever level you decide you want to review it in terms of I'm going to call it a quality control or a discussion, a piece of that could be tied into kind of trending what we're seeing in terms of complaints, and does it relate specifically to the changes, or does it relate to, and I'm just using examples, a billing process. So I think we can approach that at kind of two levels.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Martinelli, your staff eventually took care of it. I had a complaint directly that was not billing in nature. It was just a service issue, and an issue of that nature would not, in my opinion, constitute revisiting the contract. It's just, it happens, sadly, and you know, one customer you know, sort of got the I'll do it tomorrow line multiple times, and they became very frustrated. But I have noticed a huge decrease in calls, and I think some of them are not the fault of Waste Management, by the way. Some of them have to do with the way that new houses and new addresses are put into the rolls. And so it becomes a little more difficult. And I don't know whether we're able to address those things. I know you guys have been very proactive in trying to address some of those issues and understanding that somebody who lives in a brand-new house and it has not, the paperwork has not come through the title company, and all of the stuff that has to be dealt with is recorded through the county, makes it a little more difficult for you. So I can't hold you responsible for those kinds of issues, Mr. Martinelli. It's really more about the delivery of service for existing customers that I'm concerned with. And so I still, and I don't disagree that maybe it's 2 years. I don't know what the time frame is, but I like the idea of a probationary period, whatever we decide that time is, that we can, that in that time frame, let's just say it's a full 2-year time frame, we can go back at any time and say, hey, look, we're having some issues in these particular places, and maybe it's just a matter of small tweaks on both sides.
Well, and I'd like to point out really quick, before Mr. Martinelli responds, that in section 3.3 of the agreement is one that we have requested as part of the customer service, which is the ombudsman that Waste Management would maintain through their company as one of their company officials that wouldn't directly report to collection services or any customer account on a day-to-day basis. However, one question I have for you, Mr. Martinelli, in regards to the ombudsman, would specifically any of the customer service calls, the customer service calls will still go to the Phoenix Customer Service Center, correct?
Correct.
And then those calls would be rerouted to the ombudsman, the local ombudsman, or how would that process work? For any disputes?
The ombudsman is a customer experience manager that is not directly in the line of authority through our operation here, which is something that you indicated that you wanted, so that you're basically, you're moving that person out of the chain of authority.
Right.
So, yes, that contact information obviously would be with Kevin's office, and if a customer, or with you folks for that matter, and if you had an issue that wasn't resolved locally, then the ombudsman would be engaged. But there shouldn't be a circumstance where we can't resolve that situation here locally.
Okay.
But if there is, you would have access to the ombudsman position, which is something that you asked for in this agreement.
Great. Commissioner Berger.
Thank you. On the same subject, I'm totally fine with Commissioner Hartong's idea. I just have a little tweaky feeling about that term, probationary period. Can we call it something different if we're going to say we'll take a look at it again? I don't care how we say it, but at 2 years, we'll just take a review or whatever. That term probationary period, as a former person who negotiated franchises, I know makes my stomach a little queasy. I anticipate it makes the waste management people a little queasy. And frankly, although there have been a few problems, Mr. Martinelli and his team have worked faithfully with us to resolve all those problems. And so,
no question.
So I think if it's okay with you, could we just ask Kevin and Mr. Martinelli to work out something and bring it back to us when they bring the rest of the language back?
Well, could I propose something as well? I mean, with the discussion of this ombudsman position, get a report from your ombudsman in regards to the customer service, whatever issues they may be having. Could they provide to us some sort of report, a quarterly report or a semi-annually report to us in regards to how many customer issues we had, or what are some of the customer relations that they are fielding back to us, so that we may have those discussions at a later time and date if we so need to.
We can provide you with every type of reporting you want. If you want to know how many tons of recyclables we're picking up, how many customers we're servicing, how many complaints we had about the driver, how many missed pickups, whatever format you would want it in, we can provide that to you on a monthly is probably a little bit busy, but quarterly would probably be more adequate for what your needs are.
Yeah, that works for me too.
I think that's
And so if we had a quarterly report that within those first few years, that way we could really truly evaluate how the service changes are going, and then address any concerns at those times through those reports.
And I had one other question also, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr.
Mr. Martinelli, it was brought to our attention in the past that for many recyclables, it's just not cost effective for waste management to actually recycle them. With this new program, are we gonna see a recycling where this stuff's not gonna end up? I mean, some of the things that I think that you should recycle are obviously not gonna be recycled. I mean, I get that, and those have to go to the landfill at some point. You have to, your system has to discriminate what's recyclable and what's not. But it was brought to my attention, and I think it was somewhat verified that some of that stuff was, or a lot of it was just going to the landfill where it really wasn't even being recycled. So I'm hoping that this new agreement will change the nature of what's being recycled and what's actually going to the landfill.
Well, unfortunately, the recyclables end up in the landfill every day because in Nevada, there's no mandate to recycle.
Mm-hmm.
So some folks that don't participate,
I'm talking about on the part of waste management.
I understand. I'm just making the point of the number of recyclables that end up in a landfill. Mm-hmm. And then the other significant issue, when we first rolled the Reno single stream out, we were looking at 9 or 10% contamination, which is close to exceptional. Now we're somewhere around 20 to 22% contamination, which means that folks are either through the desire to try to do the right thing, they put a product in there that just we can't recycle, or they're just actually using their recycling container as another garbage can. So they fill the bottom of it up with garbage and they put a little newspaper and cardboard on the top of it, but everything below it is so what it does is it destroys it makes the load worthless. So it costs us more money to pull the good product out of those contaminated loads. To comment on your comment about the products themselves, the answer is yes. The product commodities are up and down dependent upon what they are. Right now, we can't give glass away. We're having a difficult time finding a market for 3 through 7 plastics, which is basically your laundry room type of plastics or TV dinner trays, that sort of thing. There's markets for your 1 and 2 plastics, which are your milk cartons and your liter bottles for your soda pop and that sort of thing. There's markets for newspaper and cardboard. So we don't dictate the markets. So there is language in here that allows us to deal with those ups and downs of the commodity markets in the event that they do go sideways. But generally, the picture that we have embossed on the top of the garbage can, the recycling container, tells you what can be recycled in that container, no matter what you read. Just because you see a diamond on the bottom of a piece of product means it could be recycled, but it doesn't necessarily mean we do it here. For example, styrofoam is recyclable, but it's not recyclable here because we don't have a market for it. We can't amass enough of it to load a truck, to send it to a market, to sell it, to have it make sense. People put rubber hoses in their recycling. They're trying to do the right thing. Is rubber recyclable? Yeah, probably, but not by us. We don't recycle rubber. So, what we really ask is take a look at what the top of that can looks like. We put the pictures on there for a reason, and if you're in doubt, throw it away. So that would help a lot in making sure that the products that are actually going into our trucks and end up in our processing facility actually getting baled and shipped to a secondary market.
And the only reason I bring this up is I actually had a constituent say to me, you want us to pay more money so that we separate these things, and we've got 2 cans now versus the single can and the crates, and yet they're not actually, they're just dumping it all in the landfill, and there's nothing that's being recycled. And so I guess it's a point that I wanted to put on the record. I want to make sure, and I understand, I get it.
Well, you're a businessman. Would it really make sense to spend $400,000 on a truck and $3 million on all these carts we're going to put out, and then collect the material in that specialized truck and then take it and throw it away? It doesn't make any sense. It's just there's no logic to it. But on the other hand, through the sorting process, if material is contaminated, things get rejected because the process is pretty sophisticated. I mean, there's scanners that can actually scan, as the material's coming down a belt, there's a camera that scans that product and determines when it hits this point, where does the air curtain blow it? Which bunker does it blow it into? So if it senses that there's a mass in there, if it's a milk carton still got milk in it, it's going to sense that it's not a viable product, and it's going to reject it, and it's going to let it keep going down the belt and end up being thrown away.
So does your sensor actually look at different types of bottles and send them to California for the 5 or 10 or 20 cent?
No, we can't. We have a pretty sophisticated process in place to make sure we don't have any Nevada plastics or aluminum getting mixed in with California CRV.
Or California, the bottles where they...
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. I hope my voice holds out. As you know, most of the people in my district are just dead set against single stream. I've mentioned that before. I know. Broken record. Okay, so there's some things that that you've done now that I see that are going to be very helpful, like keeping garbage off the desert. Those pictures that were displayed this morning show that's something that still happens, but now with the extra things that you put in there for extra pickups, extra trips to the dump, we're covering some of that. Okay, so I have a question. The first one is, and I have several questions, and I hope you don't mind. North Valleys is being covered with a lot of industrial and commercial buildings now, and I know that Reno, well, Sparks for sure, I know their fees are offset by that industrial and commercial garbage thing. So I was wondering, you know, why, like my district, for instance, with so many, would that not compensate for, you know, getting the price down a little bit? Just a question, something to think about.
The commercial business in Washoe County, you know, I don't know exactly, but it's around $1 million is about all the revenue is that's generated off of the commercial business in Washoe County. Whereas the city of Reno is about 17 million, and the city of Sparks is 7 million. So there's a considerable difference where, so basically what you're referring to is a subsidy. So in Reno especially, the commercial business significantly subsidizes the residential user. In Sparks, not so much. It's pretty much, it stands on its own 2 feet now because of some changes we made over there with their rate schedule in putting single stream in. But in the county, there just isn't a large enough commercial base in order to have a significant impact on the rate structure in Washoe County.
So if it does become more profitable, will there be a chance of, you know, readjusting some of the prices then?
Well, unfortunately, you guys are in the predicament that anytime you get anything of value, Reno or Sparks snatches it from you. But
all right. Okay, so another question here. Let's see here. Okay, so the rules from going through all of this, I see that there's like a 7-day inactivity charge, $33.71, and $11 for contamination fee. And then there was a $48 one if you forget to put out your containers. Those are just on the charts.
an inactivity fee essentially is a demurrage or a rental for the container not being serviced every 7 days. If it's a garbage container, by health code, it has to be serviced every 7 days. So if it has protrusible waste in it, we have to service it every 7 days. So if it doesn't, then we just charge a rental fee for customers that, well, quite frankly, those customers wouldn't even fall under the franchise because that's a piece that would not be franchised under this particular agreement. The dry waste can be picked up by anybody.
Define protrusible waste.
Protrusible is something that can rot. So anything that comes in contact with food essentially is protrusible.
Okay, so, but there are definitely fines for putting the stuff, wrong stuff in the
Yes, and
recyclable.
those are new language in an effort to cut down on the contamination. So essentially, if the customer was going to get basically 5 warnings that you're contaminated, you're recycling, and if not, after the 5th time, we're going to take the container because you just don't want to recycle.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't put their recycling stuff in there because they're afraid that they're going to have something in it that might not fit this bill, so they'll put it in their regular garbage can. But if they don't haul both of them down to the road, which I have to haul them about 1/3 of a mile down, maybe half a mile. Anyhow, so if I don't have anything in it, do I still have to haul it down?
No. You can put your recycling out whenever you want. Once a
Okay.
month, once every other month,
So
whatever
that-
whatever your particular usage would be.
Okay, and that's something that person could go to the ombudsman with if they get.
Yeah, I mean, we just would mark it as not out,
Okay.
Right.
but there's no
Right.
requirement that it be out.
And there's no fine for that.
No,
Right. Or my garbage can, because some weeks I just don't have enough garbage.
no.
Or I'm not home.
Yeah, I mean, you know, on the garbage perspective, you're supposed to have your garbage serviced every 7 days by health code, but, you know, people go on vacation or something, they left something in there, then it doesn't get done. But
Right.
I don't think the health department's out patrolling, looking to see whether you had yours serviced every 7 days, although they might come to your house now that they know that you're not putting it out every 7 days.
Well, knowing what you've got is 6 items here, it would probably take me half a year to fill up the recycling can. Because I can stuff, I don't have stuff that much, I could start drinking more beer. But anyhow, I wanted you to know too that all our cabs voted against single stream, so that's what I'm up against. And we covered the window to, that these gentlemen were talking about, so, but some of the stuff is a little confusing in here for people, that you try and explain what the system is gonna entail. So I noticed that they have like 96, the different choices, 96 gallon recyclable with a 64 for regular garbage. Well, to me, it seems like there should be an option where you have the small one for the recyclable, because there's just not going to be that much.
The majority of the customers in Washoe County, 26,000 of the 32,000 customers already have a 96-gallon cart. So when we deploy single-stream recycling, we will drop a blue lid recycling cart at their home. The others are a mix of their own cans and 64-gallon service. So those locations would get a 64-gallon cart of recycling and single-stream or solid waste, or just the single-stream, depending if they've already got a 64-gallon cart.
Okay, so you didn't really have those choices then. Okay. All right, so May and November are taken care of, and thank you very much. I may
welcome,
vote
Commissioner.
against the whole thing just because everybody in my district is going to come down on me if I don't, but I know you've worked hard to get some of these issues started, and I'm hoping that in our test time, or whatever we call it, whatever it is, that we can work everything out and make everybody happy.
I think what you'll find, I mean, I told Vaughn the other day that I actually had hair when we started this project, and
mine was dark.
And you hear this in every jurisdiction you go to. I mean, we just finished Incline, and Incline is we started out with, they wanted to give everybody a locking bear container up there, to we want to give everybody a 96-gallon cart, and now we ended up with a base service of a 64 service, which is what they wanted. And then we've had, I don't know if significant, there's probably, there's 4,000 customers up there, but there's been some that now they want even a smaller container, so now they want a 32-gallon container. And so, I didn't want to put that offering in there, but that's something that the board up there wanted, so that's what we did. And now you're starting to hear, and you hear it from all jurisdictions, Sparks, Reno, everybody, once they have the system in place, all of the things that they thought were going to happen that were bad about it, I'm not going to have enough room for this, I'm not going to have enough room for that, all of a sudden they start using the recycling container properly, they have all sorts of room in their solid waste container, and they could actually downsize if they wanted to. So it's just a matter of getting used to the system. You know, the health district implemented a 35% diversion rate in Washoe County. If we had to look at Washoe County as unincorporated as a standalone, you wouldn't be there. But looking at Washoe County as a whole, we're there. I mean, we're seeing in Sparks and Reno about 75% participation in our recycling program. You know, we expect that in the county it may be a little bit less, but I don't think significantly less. I mean, I don't hear from anybody that doesn't want it. I hear from everybody that does want it. And conversely, you guys hear from both. But, you know, it is something that'll work itself out, and people will get comfortable with whatever their individual needs are, and they'll either, you know, they'll downsize to a 64 and a 96 recycling, or they'll uptick, whatever they do, they'll do something. But the majority of the customers already have 96-gallon service in the county, so there's just a handful of customers that are going to be impacted. And surprisingly, not one of you has asked me this yet, but I'm going to tell you just before it comes up. But there's about 600 customers in Washoe County that used to qualify for a program that you had that was called the Senior Citizens Tax Assistance Program. That program no longer exists. It never provided any funding for the solid waste, but if they were on your list, we had a special rate set up for them. So those folks, we're not going to adversely impact them by taking them up $10 to a rate. So for those 600 customers, their rate's going to go up 68 cents. And then each year when we do the cost of living, we're going to bump their rate by an additional 2 cents just so we can slowly get them there. It's probably going to be 10 years before we can get because they're like at $9 now, before we can get to a $20 rate. Some time is going to pass. But we just aren't going to adversely affect those people. They're going to see a small negligible increase, and then we'll just kind of nudge them along. And then the only other major change we had was on the and this kind of flies Commissioner Bergbickler, that I maybe spoke a little fib to you, but the only thing we did on commercial is that we're going to try and put everybody in a container so that we keep the county neat and clean and there's not stuff spread all over. So we asked you to change the commercial can service so that everybody that has commercial can service also has a cart. We have 4 customers that have their own can. So they're just going to be converted. We're going to give them a cart as opposed to their own can. But, you know, I mean, for the one customer that's got 10 of them, he can get 3 96-gallon carts and save himself probably $40 a month just because of the more efficient way to service it. So, and Mr. Chairman, as long as you've let me go on.
Which is not long.
I know, my time is coming to an end. I would ask that we have, you know, we've been talking about this a long time, and we've actually got all sorts of wheels spinning right now. And so I would ask that you would consider that with the couple of tweaks that you're asking us to make, that we work with Mr. Liparelli's staff to make those tweaks, but that you approve or disapprove whatever you're going to do so that we can move forward. I actually have the cart companies building your carts. Our PIO has a mailer set to go out to your customer base tomorrow advising them of this program. And in the event that they want to opt out of the recycling portion, if they don't want us to deliver recycling cart to them, we have an email and a telephone option available for them to contact us. We are putting together, Commissioner Herman, to your question, a very nice trifold color folder that's going to get mailed to every customer along with their 25 stickers. This stuff is all ready to go so that we can be fully operational by February 1st. And so any delays to that time frame is going to cause us just kind of a ripple effect. The cart company's talking about raising their rates after the first of the year, and it's going to have an impact on the capital that we've got set aside for this project. So I think we're close enough here that we could make the tweaks that you're asking us to make, but in principle, it sounds like we're close to being in agreement. So,
Commissioner Hartung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to get one other thing on the record, Mr. Martinelli, because I've had a couple people ask me, the overall customer base is not subsidizing bear-proof carts in Tahoe or in the Mount Rose area or any of those areas. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. I mean, we've had several of the HOAs in the unincorporated area have come forward and asked that we provide that as an option. It's not something I wanted to do, but we did. And so we'll work with them. It's an actual separate line item. These things cost about, depending on which size, anywhere from $250 to $290 a piece. And so we'll work with those individual HOAs. If they're going to make a requirement over in Collin Ranch that their folks have it, or they have it after a bear incident, then we'll order the carts and we'll get them delivered to them. But they're paid for standalone. They're not
Great.
subsidized by
Okay,
anything.
yeah, and that, I just wanted to make sure. And you know, by way of I think we're pretty much closed out here. I have no problem with supporting this, as long as all of the items come back to us with you know, an approval, so to speak. So as long as we can make those tweaks, I have no issue with supporting the contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Burkwinkler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have no problem with doing that either, as long as we get the opportunity to see the language and make sure that if it isn't exactly right, we can tweak it again a little bit. I'm totally fine with taking the first step on a motion here. But I do have a question, just very quickly. Is there a requirement for every residential person to have garbage pickup?
Yes,
Not recycling, just regular garbage?
that's correct.
And who enforces that?
The health district.
Then I should have asked Mr. Dick that question, shouldn't I? Okay, good.
All right, do we have public comment? at
We
this
have one
time?
person signed in.
Let's take public comment at this time.
Eric Jimenez?
Yeah.
Chairman, for the record, Kevin Schiller. The only other piece that I wanted to highlight for the board, and I just wanted to make sure I outlined it, is within the scope of the staff agreement and in the contract, you can see the rate changes. So that's one specific area that I wanted to highlight. And then the other piece that hasn't been discussed, that was discussed previously, was the franchise fee. Okay, so.
I was gonna get to that.
So we need to put
We'll
that
just
in
let
motion.
public comment. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be brief. My name is Eric Jimenez on behalf of Green Solutions Recycling. We came in front of this body in March, and we expressed many of the concerns that Commissioner Burke-Bigler had. In particular, we're concerned with the exclusivity on commercial waste and any reference towards exclusivity on commercial recycling. So we would humbly request, I mean, I know that Mr. Martinelli has agreed to take that portion out of the agreement. So we'd love to continue working with them to get that out of the agreement. You know, and I would just advise, you know, as long as this doesn't, you know, interfere with the business that my client is doing right now, we're good. But, you know, we don't want to rush things. Otherwise, you get agreements that end up like the city of Reno that get heavily litigated. So we just want to be involved in this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. So, Mr. Schiller, the one thing that I was precluded to, yes, is the franchise agreement, a franchise fee, I'm sorry, that I wanted to discuss. We do have we were stylized to go anywhere between 5% and 8%. I believe, in regards to that franchise fee. And the way I'm reading it currently, the approximate revenue is $523,000 at the rate of 5% currently, and that each percent of increase would increase that revenue by about $100,000. But at the very bottom there, it says, based on the proposed rate structure above, at the rate of 8%, the overall impact would be additional 26%, so majority of the customer base, and would generate approximately $500,000 annually. So can you kind of explain that?
The increase from a 5% to an 8% incrementally would get you to $523,000 approximately.
Okay.
So under the existing 5%, if you go into the proposed service rate structure in the new agreement, it kind of highlights the rate increase there. And as I've talked about before, the percentage increase there at the other jurisdictions have increased theirs. Any increase to this would be put into a special account that would be utilized both for your districts and or for county projects that we've talked about historically that have to do with disposable waste, beautification, those types of issues which are common and we see a lot I see a lot of those from the manager's office side. So as the board deliberates whether they want to do that or not, I think that's a highlight piece. Is that it was really put in more from the perspective of trying to address complaints and district concerns as issues come up.
So do we have currently a franchise fee with the current agreement that we have?
We do at 5%.
At 5%?
At 5%.
And that current revenue is 523?
No.
What is that
At
current
8%,
revenue?
it would be 523. I think at the current rate structure, it's about about 300,000.
Okay, about 300,000. Okay. And it would be the proposal of staff to push that to 8, is that? what I'm
Yeah,
reading?
it's at the purview of the board. I just think that the issue that we've dealt with, depending on what district, is specific district issues where you want to address certain things. I mean, I use the example of the bear containers as an example in certain districts. We've been able to include that and work with the homeowners associations. In other districts, I think we have areas, where we get into more predicaments around like rural issues versus suburban issues. So completely at the board's purview.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burke-Bigley.
Thank you. So if we do increase that, then the money that is collected in that might, for instance, be earmarked to resolve some of the issues that Commissioner Herman is talking about with waste out along the Peavine area or out in Commissioner Hartong's area where people are dropping old refrigerators or old televisions or whatever. There might be money in there for us to provide for our park service to clean that stuff up.
Yeah, I think we kind of anticipated, and also using partners. So whether that's
Yeah.
Kentucky Meadows Beautiful and others, where we try to target specific areas that have challenges. We've never had that availability under the current contract, so.
How will we Mr. Schiller, how will we specifically earmark that revenue?
Well, at the current rate structure, that franchise fee comes in pursuant to that, and then what we would do is we would work with fiscal to set up a specialized account where those dollars would go, and then we would probably have to set up a process by which you would request as commissioners authorization for use of those funds. So we would probably have to come forward to you with specific items for those approvals.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion if you're ready.
Yes, I'm at this time.
Can I make a comment about the 8%?
Yes.
If I may,
Please.
before you make a motion. I'm a little reticent about the 8%. We just increased our sales tax. I mean, I know all of this stuff goes to really good programs. I completely understand, and I don't disagree. But it's this inching forward of, and we call it a franchise fee, but it's a tax. And people have a really tough time with that. We're taxing them now on their garbage so that we can clean up because bad players don't want to play. And it's a hard thing for me. So I'm still on the fence with the 5% versus the 8%. I think 5%, is adequate. I'm not terribly supportive of moving on the 8% just for that very reason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Hey,
I think, without question, I'm not a tax and spend person either, so without question, I agree with you that it is concerning when we're going to raise taxes, and there's no question it's a tax, but it would bring us in compliance with both Reno and Sparks, and I think that's a factor that should be considered also. And so for that reason, and for the reason that there are certainly some issues out there that could be helped by this, and particularly, I'll just talk about Peavine, because even though that's technically not in my district, a lot of the people who use it live in my district, and so I get a lot of calls about Peavine and the trash and things that are on Peavine, and that people are shooting at the trash out there, and so that concerns me. And so from that perspective, I would be supportive of raising it. But otherwise, I totally agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, Mr. Commissioner. Whatever your name is.
Obviously, we're getting late here in lunches at an
So,
aspect.
yeah, and food, I haven't had food, that's my
Yes.
problem.
So let me ask this. Would there be an appetite on the board's part to let's say for our 2-year time period, whatever we're going to look at as our review period, to potentially go back and revisit that that franchise fee if we find that it's not adequate or we're dealing with, it's just not being used the proper way?
That's not a problem for me.
For the record, Commissioner, I just wanted to clarify one point. I had put in 5% and 8% to give you a model, so you could see the difference between those two. It's not to say that those are the only two options either. So you have 5%.
Yeah, we could do 6 or 7.
You could determine the increment, and I just wanted to give you on the average service, I think it's about a 26 cents increase from 5% to 8%, just so you have a number as you guys are deliberating.
And the, I'm not disagreeing with bringing us with parity with Reno and Sparks. The difference is that they have offset subsidies with respect to commercial and industrial, so they don't see those, they don't see, their services are actually cheaper than ours just by virtue of having the subsidies in place that we don't enjoy.
Okay, any further discussion at this time? Seeing none, Commissioner Burke-Bigler, you had a motion.
Yes, I would, let me find it in here. Oh, okay. I would move to approve the new franchise agreement with the changes that are being proposed and with the caveat that those changes come back to us so that we can see that language and make sure it complies with what we're asking for. And the agreement would be under NRS 244.187-188 for the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste from Reno Disposal Company and Nevada Corp., doing business here as Waste Management. And with a proposal to increase the franchise fee to 8%, under the understanding that we can revisit that when we revisit the contract on issues to see, the franchise on issues to see if maybe we don't want to raise it and we can lower it.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Motion by Burke-Bigler, second by Hartung. All those in favor signify.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Our attorney's going.
Pulling over, he's getting squirmy over there. Mr. Liberale.
It's wet blanket time. That's, that's my job here. I get paid to think about the worst-case scenarios. Mr. Martinelli is known in the community for a long time. There's a lot of mutual respect. He's under the gun because his company has to make plans to do these things. If you approve the motion as written, you will have a valid, enforceable franchise agreement that he doesn't have to come back and renegotiate with you if he doesn't want to. Now, he's a man of his word, and I'm sure he will, but as Mr. Jimenez pointed out, the city of Reno has had all sorts of arguments about what their franchise agreement says and what it doesn't say. The motion did not address the review period, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, whether it's binding or non-binding. It didn't address the commercial exclusivity provision, so that's kind of hanging out there too. If you want to approve a franchise agreement today, which is certainly within your purview and agendized properly, my suggestion would be to go through those items and say what you want them to say. So not only does the board and staff know what you're approving, but also Waste Management knows and the public knows.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liberale. Okay, so at this time, I think we'll go back through, and obviously then there's a current motion, but I feel that we should probably, as Mr. Liberale announced, that we go back item by item and amend that motion.
Okay.
Should we amend it or just withdraw and start over?
Yeah, we can withdraw. Would you like to withdraw?
I'll withdraw and we can start over.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Commissioner Hartung.
I'm sure staff has been making notes along the way, and so it might be easier to start with what staff knows we want.
Right.
And add that directly into the motion.
I was going to kind of defer to Mr.
Thank you,
County
I'm
Manager, Assistant County Manager Schiller for those.
I'll see how good my memory is,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Let's go.
So in the first paragraph, as I had highlighted, one of the key issues was the issue of, if you go into the third sentence, the right and privilege of operating an exclusive franchise for the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste. So what the proposed draft or amendment was to take out the term other waste, and then along the lines of Commissioner Burke-Bigler, I believe the other language shift was in the delineation and the definition of commercial.
Excuse me,
Go ahead.
can you, in that section, can you also put exclusive franchise for the right and privilege of operating an exclusive franchise for the collection and disposal of residential?
Yes.
And does that will actually
Exclude commercial.
exclude commercial?
The architecture of that section is that it's an exclusive franchise agreement pursuant to state law, number 1, for collection disposal of garbage and other waste generated or coming to exist at residential premises in the franchise area, and then clause 2, for the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste exclusive of recyclables coming or generating or coming to exist at commercial. So,
It's clear.
do you want to strike the entire clause 2, or just the words other waste from clause 2?
No, I think we want to strike, well, we want to strike the entire clause 2. However, I would say we would probably amend 2 to state that the collection and disposal of garbage and other waste and exclusive recyclables generated and the coming to exist on all commercial premises in the franchise area, to say only commercial for Washoe County properties. I know that was a discussion that we had.
I think we're actually hitting two different areas. We were actually talking about the first whereas clause, I believe, Kevin,
For other
on
waste.
page 1 versus the 2.1 clause, which has 2 sections in it. So my question was, so it says on page 1, it says, whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Washoe County pursuant to the power granted by NRS 244.187 and 244.188 has authorized the granting of an exclusive franchise for the right and privilege of operating an exclusive franchise for the collection and disposal of residential garbage and remove and other waste.
Okay, all right.
So let me suggest this. Tell us what you want section 2.1 to say, and we'll reconcile the recitals.
Okay.
Those are just sort of, you know.
Okay, so what
warm-up.
what I want section 2.1 to say is there is no sub 2. Strike sub 2.
There has to be for garbage, not dry waste. So I think that's the confusing component. So in 2.1, in that commercial piece, what's being referenced in that is it's not exclusive to dry waste, it's exclusive to waste that spoils, basically.
But currently,
That's what our current agreement says. So-
currently they do collect waste from, some of the local guys are collecting waste from industrial and from non-residential businesses. And so if you leave this language in here, then it gives WM the exclusive right to collect also from commercial premises. That's why I think that has to be removed.
So I would suggest, and I'll defer to Mr. Leporelli, the component of defining what that commodity is. So that dry waste is the commodity component that's currently being utilized in our current agreement. So if I didn't change anything in our current agreement, that commercial component for disposable waste is already there. So that hasn't been changed. The issue is making sure it's clear that we're referencing what the other competitors are utilizing, which is the dry waste component. And I may be stating it incorrectly, but I want to make sure that that's right.
I don't understand the term dry waste, so.
Anything that's not protrusible. Garbage. Garbage is a defined term in the statute. And garbage is a protrusible waste. Trash is a non-protrusible waste. So all that's franchised currently on the commercial waste stream is garbage, the wet waste. So any of your restaurants, casinos, anything like that that picks up where there's wet waste, that's what the current franchise is. All of the dry waste and recyclables on the commercial side can be collected by anybody. That's the way it is today, and that's the way we want it to be tomorrow.
Mr. Martinelli, then why the reason for other waste in the sub 2? What's the purpose?
I can't answer that. Your attorney said that that was something right out of the statute. I raised the same question that you're raising right now.
So we could strike other waste from that sub 2 clause and keep it for just producible garbage, and exclusive of recyclables, which would be defined as dry waste generated and coming to exist on all commercial property.
Right. Yeah, if we can strike other waste, and all we're talking about is garbage, then I think we're fine, but Paul's gonna have to tell us whether that's
So let me ask for purposes of clarification, are you saying then that today there are no private trash hauling recyclable people in business who are not also picking up garbage?
That's correct. They're not picking up garbage. They're only picking up recyclables and dry waste.
Right, you can have one come out to your house as an example, so you can clean out your garage.
Commissioner Hartung.
You can have one of the companies come out, other than Waste Management, clean out your garage, but what you're not supposed to do is put your kitchen trash.
I understand that from a residential perspective, this is not, in my opinion, I'm not asking about residential. I'm asking about businesses. So I own a warehouse and I want to contract with a local provider rather than Waste Management.
If only waste material you're producing is dry waste, you can contract with whoever you want. If you have a restaurant in your warehouse, then you would have to have some form of garbage service.
And so, Mr. Martinelli, you would be exclusive to just garbage, anything protrusible, any organic material, anything that could rot, that would be what is defined in. But the way I'm reading garbage here, you have a number of subsections under the franchise agreement that says bottles, cans, cups, plates, utensils, covering construction, that has, intimate contact with food.
If they come in contact with food.
Okay, so then that would make them garbage.
Yeah, so if they're in a box and they haven't been opened, then they haven't come in contact with food, so they're not contaminated by garbage, so they're not garbage.
So garbage is defined as anything that comes in contact with an organic material?
Basically, yes.
Okay. And trash is
Reducible waste, right.
Reducible waste. And trash is just specifically cardboard boxes, recyclables, anything of that nature that has no non-organic wet waste.
That's correct.
Mr. Lipperelli?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lipperelli, would it be appropriate for us to have one of the other providers come forward? Can we ask?
You can ask questions of whoever you want, need.
For the record, Victor Salcido with Green Solutions. I think we're kind of talking about the same thing, but we're getting confused with some of the terminology. I think from my discussions with the Assistant County Manager and with Waste Management, or the comments made by Waste Management, I think we're saying the same thing, which is I think all parties want, in terms of commercial activity, whether it's waste, recyclable, whatever, to stay what's exclusive now and what's not exclusive now, stay the way it is.
So if we...
That's the key. So we deal with some waste, we deal with some recyclables, but what struck us as alarming when we saw this language is that it seemed to go further than what was covered right now. And so whatever the terminology is, but as long as we can all agree that we have the ability to collect what we're doing right now, or to do what we're doing right now, then we're okay with that angle of it.
Thanks, Mr. Salcido.
Our concern.
So are you comfortable then if we under sub 2 on the grant of exclusive franchise, if we would just remove the language and other waste, are you comfortable that allows you to continue doing what you're doing?
I would feel more comfortable if I had a little bit more time to study that. At this moment right now, I think that puts us at a better place for sure. But again, what our concern is, we want the agreement as stands right now to be the one in the future as far as commercial activity.
One second.
Thank you.
So the way I'm hearing it, Mr. Salcido, is that the terminology from the current franchise, if we were to transfer the current language from the current franchise agreement over to this new franchise agreement, you would be acceptable to that?
That is correct.
Okay. So
All right, so,
Makes it
okay, so
easier.
there you go, boom, here you've got direction, Mr. Schiller, in regards to that. So let's maintain the current agreement, the language in the current agreement as we see fit in regards to 2.1 and the franchise, so that it is carried over into the new agreement. Is all commissioners acceptable with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Can we check with Mr. Martinelli on that? He's going to have to sign this deal.
No, that's fine with us, thank you.
Okay. All right, and so, 2.2, the term of the agreement is for,
Just gives us a review period.
yeah, yeah.
And I'm okay with 24 months, I'm okay with 18 months, I'm okay with 12 months, whatever the board has an appetite.
Let's ask Mr. Martinelli really quick. Mr. Martinelli, what would be an agreeable time for a so-called review from Waste Management and Washoe County in regards to this franchise agreement?
Mike, I think you got to give it a good 24 months in order to see if it's working or not.
Okay, so you're okay with 24 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so then we would ask for a 24 months review period. And then also through the ombudsman, providing us quarterly reports in regards to service.
I'm pretty sure there's reporting language in here already.
If there is, great, we'd just like to make sure that that's clearly identified in the agreement, that would be a quarterly report submitted to us.
Mr. Chairman, I know
Yes.
you're trying to park the bus here. But going to go back to the review period.
Sure.
So there'll be a review after 24 months, and then what happens? We just checked the box and said we met and we reviewed and it's all cool? Or is there something that happens that's required to happen under the contract after that 24-month period?
Well, for one thing, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, Commissioner Bickler.
For one thing, we would definitely review the franchise fee increase at that 24-month period. So that's one thing that would be reviewed.
Well, I think what Mr. Liparelli is trying to get to is specifically what happens, what is the outcome of the review? And so what is the pleasure of the board for an outcome? Would we want to truly reevaluate the entire agreement as whole, or evaluate just the amendments that we've made here today, or just say everything's great and grand and move along?
Well, if I can make an opinion on it, I mean, it seems like the only thing that we're touching here, after we all agree we're not touching commercial, all we're touching is residential. We're going to try and look and see what is the success of the residential program. So, you know, what does our participation rate look like? What does our contamination rate look like? Have we increased recycling in Washoe County? And has the program been successful? I mean, I guess that's really what the nuts and bolts of all this is going to be at the end of the day. That's what we really want to know.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Commissioner Hartung.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry, Madam Clerk, I apologize. Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I think you're spot on, because most of the issues that pertain to commercial are dealt with in 2.1. And so this 2.2 really gives us the ability to go back and look at residential. And I think you're spot on.
Okay, so before we go too far, Mr. Liparelli, so did that clarify for you in regards to what the outcome of the 24-month period? No, not at all.
No, because
we're
what he
not
wants
getting-
is, what action are we going to take?
I appreciate the
Conversation.
the narrowing that was contributed by Mr. Martinelli, that it would be a review of the performance of the residential program. But then what? We're just going to agree we reviewed it, which might be enough, or what?
Well, and if I may,
Mr. Commissioner Hartung.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think what Mr. Liparelli is asking is do we crack the franchise agreement back open with respect to residential? Because really, that's what we're talking about. I think what he's asking is,
Yes.
it gives us the ability to review and readjust the residential component, and again, on both sides,
If need be.
if need be.
If need be. So it would be give us the ability to
To reopen the franchise agreement.
open the franchise agreement and revisit
if need be,
Residential.
residential service.
So it's a bilateral reopener for residential service.
Yes,
If I may.
yes.
Since the only change we're making is having to do with recycling, then why would we have to review the
It's not just
solid waste
recycling.
composition?
It's not just recycling. We would be looking at also the franchise fee.
Well, yeah, I understand, but I'm just talking, when we're talking about the residential piece, it's a requirement of the Washoe County Health District that everybody have garbage service.
Right.
So that's a given. You're not gonna be able to change that. So all we're talking about is what impact do we have with the recycling component
Yeah.
of residential recycling?
That's right, so bilateral review of the recycling component
Yeah.
of the new franchise.
And the franchise fee itself.
Okay. So we can just address those two issues,
Yeah,
reopen and address those two issues, if need be.
if need be.
Yeah, the franchise fee component that's up to you
That's not
guys.
up to you.
Mr.
That's
Chairman?
That's up to you guys.
Yes.
Let me make sure
Hold
we're
on,
not.
hold on, Mr. Liparelli.
Sorry, let me make sure we're not mixing terms here. When you do the review of the residential recycling component, you're creating the possibility of adjusting the fees charged for that service. The franchise fee is just a pass-through by the company to the customers that exists regardless of where the rates are. So are you talking about a reopener to review the residential recycling rates? Or are you talking about the franchise fee? They're not the same thing.
I think we're talking about both.
Commissioner Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
It's okay.
I think we're talking about both, actually. I think Commissioner Hartung and I both agree that maybe 8% is going over the top, and we'd like to take a look at that in 2 years and see if maybe we want to reduce that. That really has nothing to do with Mr. Martinelli.
No.
But additionally, we would like, Commissioner Hartung has mentioned that he'd like, and I agree with this, a 24-month review period where we can go in and see if the recycling is working, if we are meeting thresholds, and if we're not, then maybe we need to open that portion of the franchise to revisit recycling. Does that work? Is that,
That's fine.
That's an amenable.
does
Okay,
that
so
work for you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so it seems that we've reached and Mr. Liparelli, is that amenable with you at this time?
Sir, I'm taking notes. So I think when we get to the end, I'll recite what I think I understood. The clerk would
Okay.
appreciate it. And then if that is it, if we've captured it, there can be a vote.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Herman.
Assistant County Manager Schiller stated that, that the 8% wasn't in steel or concrete, you know?
Correct.
So are we able to change that
You could propose
now?
anything, right, yeah, any rate you would like. So, do you have a suggestion, Commissioner Herman?
Well, the first year, I would suggest that it be like 6% maybe, or something like that, not jump up so fast.
Commissioner,
Commissioner Herman. I mean, Harta, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just
We need
being bobblehead.
oh, you're okay, never
same
mind.
words.
So, Assistant County Manager Schiller, could we put a tiered system in for the franchise fee to increase over a period of time?
For the record, Kevin Schiller, I'm looking over at our council. I assume we can, I'll just need the direct detail on
Say
what you
what
would
it
like.
is, yeah.
All right, so I just want to get approval that we could do a tiered system. So, Commissioner Herman, you had suggested starting out at a 6% for year one and tiering up to what percentage over time? What would be the ceiling rate?
Say 7 for now.
7 would be your ceiling rate? You would feel, is 7, okay,
That would work for me.
okay.
That what Commissioner Hartung just said was not captured for the
Okay,
record.
Yeah,
so
7.
Commissioner Hartung had suggested that we address 6% in the first year, 7% in the second year, and then 8% in the third year, and then staying at 8% post the third year, 36 months. Is that correct?
And it is, and the way that I'm hearing this, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the way that I'm hearing this is in the second year, we review and see if we're, if we feel that it's necessary to go to 7%, and in the third year, we review and see if it's necessary and prudent to go to 8%. Maybe it's not prudent.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. So I think that's direction at this time for the franchise fee to slowly tier that rate up from the current 5% to 8% over the next 36 months with a review at 24 months of that fee. All right, is there anything? 12.
It goes up 6.
And then 12, 24.
To 7.
Right.
And then at 24 months, after the end of 24 months, it goes up to 8.
Okay.
In the third year, in year
All right.
3.
Okay. Is that,
If we decide.
so it would be instant, at the execution of the agreement, it would be instantly 6%. And then would increase after 12 months to 7%, and at 24 months, 8%. Okay. Is that acceptable by all the board members? Okay.
Yes.
All right, there we go. So, Mr. Schiller.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, the only thing I was going to add, tied to the review, the 24-month review, making sure in the motion we ensure that that includes a detailed public meeting, somehow delineating that. I'm assuming in the review you'll be wanting staff to schedule, agendize a meeting for that review.
Oh, absolutely. I think that would be necessary in regards to that review process.
For public hearing.
Yeah, for schedule a public hearing to review that process. So are there any other adjustments to the agreement as we see fit going forward? So, Mr. Liparelli, I'm going to turn it back to you for a review. See if you can read through your notes there.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could I
Yes,
make
Mr. Marnell.
one comment, just
Yes.
to clarify something?
Please.
In Mr. Liparelli's notes, maybe he can say, because he said upon execution, I mean, my recommendation would be that you escalate your franchise fees on May 1st as opposed upon execution. I mean, this is going to go into effect on February 1st.
And it would be really
So
difficult
you
to
could
do
do your first 1% bump then, but then there's an annual increase every May. So I would suggest that we add the 1% in May as opposed to every February and then again in May.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Since this is a legal issue, I'm going to say this back in Latin, which
perfect.
I hope is cool with you guys.
Fantastic.
All right, good. All right, so the recommended motion, and after I say it, someone can make it, because I can't. The recommended motion would be to approve the franchise agreement as written in the staff report with the following changes. Number 1, use the current the language of the current franchise agreement for the exclusivity related to commercial customers. Number 2, that there be a review period of 24 months, after which time either party can reopen the contract to negotiate the rates and processes for residential recycling, which process will include a public hearing prior to any adjustment in the contract. Number 3, that the franchise fee under the contract be adjusted to 6% as of May 1st, 2017, 7% May 1st, 2018, and 8% May 1st, 2019, subject to adjustment after 24 months by the county. And last, to authorize the district attorney to work with Waste Management to develop the final language of the agreement and authorize the chairman to sign that agreement without a further meeting.
The only thing, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that I heard that was different than what we had discussed was the timing of discussing the franchise fee. So every May or every 12 months of commencing May 2017, we would review the franchise agreement, and if approved and agreed, we would give those automatic increases. So we would still have a review of the franchise agreement every May up to 2000.
The agreement or the fee?
The fee.
Of the agreement.
The
franchise fee.
Yeah, forgive me, I misspoke. The franchise fee.
All right, Mr. Chairman, can I suggest this provision to cover that? And I don't think that the company cares what the county does with the franchise fee, because again, it's a pass-through to the customer. So to cover that, the language would be, the company agrees that the county can adjust the franchise fee anytime and provide 6 months, 3 months notice to the company to adjust the rate? How much time do you need for?
6 months, 6 months?
3 months is fine.
3 months, okay.
Yeah, we'll give the automatic increases.
We'll get, yeah, so the automatic increases will stay as set in the motion as we provided already, that, but we can at any time revisit the franchise fee upon review with notice to the company with, if any changes would be made within 3 months' time. Does that work, Mr. Liparelli?
Yep, yes.
So we have a motion, we don't have a motion.
I would, do you want to make the motion, Commissioner Burke-Bigler?
No, it's fine, you make it.
Yeah, I would make the motion as we directed staff as per what Mr. Liparelli outlined.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those, any further discussion? Do we have public comment?
No, sir, we already did that.
Oh, yeah, we've already done that. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
I have one opposition, Commissioner Herman. Motion passes 3-1. Thank you, Mr. Schiller and Mr. Martinelli. All right, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, we have no need for item 17. We will go to then item 18, which is public comment.
Nobody signed in.
We have no public comments, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Item 19 is Commissioner Manager's announcements.
Mr. Manager, do you have any announcements?
I do. Earlier in the meeting, I failed to recognize on the CAFR report that was presented, this year we presented, or we asked employees to solicited employees for photographs to be used on that. We received over 70 of those, and the photograph chosen is from Danielle Carlton in the Treasurer's Office. I just wanted to make note of that on the record.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioners, any further discussions? Commissioner Herman.
All right, I'll finish my little list here. Okay, I'll try and make it fast. After an inspection this last fall at the fire station at Rancho Haven, had a request from the chief there. He said that he'd sure like a review of the station, and the county manages that station, so he'd like to have staff see what they could do to maybe modernize the building to accommodate the larger engines that are out there. So if we could arrange that, that would be great. And I'm still trying to find a solution to the burnout trailer on Magnolia in Lemon Valley. I can't get the health department to add it to their list, and code enforcement doesn't want to do anything with it, and so still working on it. Got people that have offered to help move it even, you know, but you can't do it because it's on private property, yes. Yeah. I wanted to suggest that maybe we look into having the local BLM representative maybe come and give us an update from time to time on what is going on from that angle, because working with them is better than working against them. So, and I think we can do that maybe once quarterly or something like that. The cooperative extension thing, the $1.4 million every year, we just need to find a way to have more control over that, so we get some kind of confidence in them that they are going to actually use the funding for cooperative extension. That includes 4-H and all that sort of thing. So over the whole state, it's over $7 million that's being put into this fund. And now that they're all joined together, the 3 colleges are joined together, I fear that they are going to use this money more for the technical end, not the agriculture so much, not cooperative extension, but the third wing of it. So that's what we need to do with that. We know what the situation is, and Commissioner Burke-Bigler also asked for an audit on that. But the control over those funds is what we really need to think about. And I don't know how to go about that, but I'd like to talk to somebody about it. Okay, I've had some complaints from people about not getting notification of meetings and that sort of thing. And I think part of it's the problem is the C-mail. A lot of people just don't know how to hook up to it, I guess. But the ones that have email would prefer that to be used. And that was just the information that I received. So, and that'll be enough for today from me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Hartung. All right, Commissioner Burke-Bigler. All right, and I have nothing either. So at this time, we are adjourned.